So I think if we are okay we have at least French interpretation. Do we have the Portuguese? I think I saw, I know Carlos or Sebastio should be around. Is everything okay from your end so that we can start? I can see you're around. Could you please unmute so that we can know you're around, or you're already in the interpretation channel, so probably that's why. Okay, so I think we can go ahead and start. Very sorry again for the delays, for the technical difficulties, but we are very excited to see so many of you join us. We are looking forward to sort of ending the year with you, and I guess this is our last training session that we have for this year, and so it's really nice to have you all here. I have my colleagues Anthony and Emmy and who are here on the call, and Grace is also just joining us very shortly. I think Florence was also on the call, but I'm not sure that she'll be around. But for today, we have a special sessions for you. So we're doing a 2-in-1 training sessions for you. And if you saw from the agenda, we are going to be starting with sessions which will basically be looking at the fundamentals of research, especially focusing on fundamentals of research from a parliamentary research angle, and trying to really just hopefully go into addressing some of the tools that are needed in terms of being able to synthesize and to be able to use and interpret evidence in the work that you do on a daily basis.
Sorry,
then after that, we will move in. Thank you, Moses.
Yes,
no problem. Thank you. And then after that, we'll move into what is content for developing media products. And this just builds on, again, from the previous trainings we've had, whereby we fully understand the importance and the value of engaging with media, but also we understand that it can be very tricky sometimes in terms of knowing what is the best way to frame the messages and the best way to present yourselves to media when engaging with media. So we would just go through that and just thinking through how the different means of being able to develop content. And I know one of the requests from last time was also including things like social media, going in depth in terms of using social media, going in depth in terms of crisis communication and how that looks like. So that's what we'll deal with. Each session will be 2 hours each. We'll have a break in between so that you can be able to grab your coffee, get a washroom break, and so on. So to start with, I'll just start with some of the ground rules for now, which is please make sure you unmute when you're not talking. We would love to see your faces, so we are very open to you having your videos on. That's something we're open to because we definitely would love to see your faces. And anytime you do respond or reply to a question, even if your video is off, we would like it if your video is on so that we can be able to see you. From our end as well, of course, the facilitators will have their videos on the entire time as they do the presentation. And feel free to ask us questions at any point on the chat or raise your hand and we'll be able to get back to you because you want this to be as engaging and as interacting as possible. Also share with us your experiences because we are also here to learn from you. So you can also be able to just share with us what your experiences have been like working as parliamentary researchers or working within parliaments. Then the interpretation is on. So for those who require interpretation, we have both French and Portuguese interpretation. So you can just be able to click on the interpretation button, choose which is on the lower part of your Zoom. You choose the language which you would like. And then I'm also told it's always good to mute original audio so that way you don't have overlaps between the different between the original and the language that is being interpreted. So I hope that is working well. And if you have any issues with being able to access interpretation, please let us know so that we can make sure that it works for you because we want to make sure each and every one of you can be able to participate. And also for the French speakers, Portuguese speakers, please feel free to participate. That's why we brought in interpretation so that you can also be able to participate, ask us questions, we'll be able to respond to them as well. So with that said, I would like to go ahead and introduce your facilitators for this morning as we start. We can go ahead and start with Emmy to introduce herself, the lovely Emmy, and then we can have Ajay introduce himself, and then we can have Grace introduce herself. So you can go ahead, Emmy.
Thank you, Maggie, and welcome everyone. Good morning. In Kenya, it's at 10 o'clock. I know in South Africa it should be around 9. I'm Emmy Kageha-Igonya. I'm a medical anthropologist. At APHRC, I work on LGBTQ. My area actually has evolved from HIV to sexuality and sexual minorities, and now thinking about sexuality and in development. So this is where I am, and today I'll take you through some of terminologies in my field that you know, our field is quite sensitive, so I'll talk to you about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmy. Thank you so much. Ajay?
Okay, let me turn on my video. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Ajay. I have a PhD in sociology, and I'm a researcher at African Population and Health Research Center. But my research, even though I study sociology, I focus on health sociology, which basically investigates how social forces influence health outcomes. So basically, I've been passionate about sexual and reproductive health. I've conducted research on issues like HIV, like contraceptive use, adherence to medications, and sexual behaviors, and a lot of other issues, especially among young people. And I'm happy to be here and to also facilitate the course on research. I'm proud to join in APHRC. I was a lecturer as well, so I taught research methods for about 5 years in South Africa. So yeah, I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion.
Thank you, Anthony. Grace?
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all here, especially the older faces. I can see we have 37 people in the room. It's really nice to have all of you on board, and I welcome you to this training session. My name is Grace Kibunja. I work at APHRC with my colleagues, and we are in the Policy Engagement and Communications Division with Maggie. And I'm wearing my mask because I'm sitting in the same office with Maggie. She's not too far off, so one of us has to wear our masks. And I'll take you through, we'll go through the media and communication session later on after Amy and Ajay and Maggie take you through this session. So welcome, and I'm sure we'll have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grace. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, great. So I guess I can also introduce myself. My name is Maggie Moka. I am a policy and research officer here at APHRC, and like Grace said, I work within the policy engagement and communications division. My background is in medicine, so I'm a medical doctor, but also a global health specialist, and I've mainly worked in the field of sexual and reproductive health and health system strengthening, and I'm happy to be here with you all. So we'll go ahead and just get right to what has brought us here today, which is the training session. So I'll just share my screen and I will hand it over to Anthony to continue with the training. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maggie. So the first topic to, launch.
Anthony, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're a little bit low, Anthony.
Okay. What about now? Can you hear me now?
Now you're better.
Okay.
Yes, Anthony, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. So, the topic I would like to take you through is nature, value, and methods of parliamentarian research. Nature, value, and methods of parliamentarian research. And my key outlines for today are, I want this course to be very interactive, so you can stop me at any time. And again, we want to learn from one another. So even though I'm the one facilitating the lecture, you guys are the experts because you are the ones that deal with parliamentarians. So you know more even than me. So feel free to jump in and make your contributions. So it's going to be quite interactive. And the objective of this training is, by the end of the day, you must be able to be able to distinguish between academic research from parliamentarian research, because there is a world of difference. Also, you should also be able to, understand the steps it takes to conduct research for parliamentarians, and some of the principles and guidelines for conducting research for parliamentarians. So the core topics I'm going to focus on is, we're going to begin by defining and understanding what parliamentarian research is. And then from there, we'll then go to the key tasks undertaken by members of parliament, and what kind of research will be useful for them to complete their task. Also, we will talk about the nature and value of parliamentarian research. We will make a distinction between partisan versus non-partisan research, given the terrain in the parliament. I mean, you can't divorce politics from the parliament, but it's also important to maintain neutrality as a researcher in the parliament. And lastly, we will then go into the method of parliamentarian research. We will also discuss some specific templates that you can follow. We'll discuss some specific processes that you can follow. Like I said, please feel free to jump in and stop me and ask questions and contribute. So I begin. What is parliamentarian research? The term research itself has a different meaning depending on the setting you are using it. So for us in academics or in a research institute, when we talk about research, we have a meaning that we have in mind. Of course, research itself, came from the word re and search, more like search again, right? So, but in a parliamentarian setting, it's quite different from the kind of research you do in academics. So academic research conveys the notion of pure primary research to discover truthful knowledge or to understand the fundamental relationships or patterns that exist in a society. While in contrast, research for a legislature is more an applied research. It's applied in nature. It seeks to draw upon the wide range of existing problems and synthesize it into a form that is useful for parliamentarians. So again, when we are talking about parliamentarian research, they are not necessarily primary research. And what do we mean by primary research? Primary research means that you go to the field to collect primary data. So a researcher designs a study and then go out there to interview people. Take, for instance, the national surveys, the national surveys organized by the Ministry of Health or the Department of Statistics. So they divide the country into enumeration areas and then design sample size and then design questionnaire and go to the field to collect data. That is primary research. It could also be researchers working in laboratory and and examine the relationship between chemicals, right, in the laboratory. Those are primary research. However, for parliamentarians research, You draw on existing research that is already out there. You synthesize the existing research to inform parliamentarians on a particular topic. So you want to be able to gather the reliable sources, the facts that exist out there, and synthesize this in a way to inform parliamentarians' decision or position on a particular issue. So this information is then applied by parliamentarians to their understanding and development of a solution to a specific problem or issues. So basically, parliamentarians are policymaker in a way because they recommend policies, they formulate law. So they need a lot of evidence to be able to, form their position on those policy debates and policy issues. So they need the best and the most credible form of evidence available out there to be able to develop their own position or form their position. So in doing so, they rely on researchers to help them synthesize quality evidence to help inform their positions. So we then go to the key tasks of parliamentarians. So as you all know, I mean, I just added this, but I do know that you are well versed, and these are some of the key tasks all parliamentarians are expected to carry out. Their primary duty is lawmaking, but beyond lawmaking, they also conduct oversight of the executive's actions, policies, and personnel. So they provide oversight not only to the actions, but to even the personnel. So it's more like they have an oversight function. They also, approve expenditures. So each year you see the presidents or the accountant general coming to defend the budget. Even all ministries also come to defend their budget in front of the parliamentarians. And then they debate issues of national and international interest. And then they also approve constitutional changes. So you will agree with me that in all these roles, these are important roles to, carry out for a country. And in being able to be a good parliamentarian, you need research to be able to inform your position. There is no way a parliamentarian can be a good lawmaker without, having up-to-date evidence, solid evidence to be able to inform the law. Also, you can't perform, a successful oversight without doing some research. You need to understand the issues very well for you to be able to raise appropriate questions and be able to, get to the truth that you are seeking. Also, it's also important when discussing budget, you also need to conduct some research on the particular issues to inform how country should budget and what they should budget on. So research is very integral to what they do in the parliaments. And in your role, if you're able to successfully be a resource to the parliamentarians, then you'll probably be one of the most important people in the parliament, because all the parliamentarians will depend on you to help them produce research to inform their position. So it's a prestigious position, I believe. And because the parliamentarians need you to do research for them. Now let's talk about is there any questions so far? Are there questions in the chat box? Or do anyone want to speak?
Sorry, Ajay, maybe just for Ronald, that the French interpretation, the team from Malagasy is asking for French interpretation. It seems to have disappeared. Yeah, that's over.
Is it back now?
Yes, now it's okay. Thank you.
Oh, great. So, previously what we've discussed is to define what a parliamentarian research is. And we said parliamentarian research is different from academic research. And the major difference is that primary academic research deals with collection of primary data. However, Parliamentarian research deals with synthesizing evidence that already exists out there. And that's the major difference. And we spoke about the importance of research for all the tasks undertaken by Parliament, which includes lawmaking, oversight function, approvals of budgets, debating issues of national and international interest, and approving constitutional changes. So now let's talk about the nature and value of parliamentarian research. Parliamentarian research are dedicated to parliament, okay? And this means that researchers not only understand how parliament operates, but also importantly, how to respond to each member's needs, regardless of their political orientation. So first thing you must bear in mind is that even though you might have political views as an individual, in your role as a researcher in the parliament, you are neutral. So you don't serve a particular political party, you serve all members of parliament, irrespective of their political affiliation. So in doing so, you need to understand that you are working for parliament and not the government itself. So you are working for parliament, not the executive. So parliamentarians need independent source of information. If they are to hold the government to account, they need independent form of information that could help them, inform their position. This is not to say that governments do not provide parliamentarians with information. However, there is a tendency for this information to support government's policy position, which is why independent information and analysis from a research service is needed as a counterbalance. So again, Parliament may depend on the Department of Statistics or the National Bureau of Statistics for information. So also Parliament may depend on the Ministry of Health or the government ministries for information. But Parliament should be able to independently verify the information and ensure that the information provided is not selective. They should be able to understand, they should be able to get credible, complete information, not selective information that fits a particular position or narratives. So, and that's why a researcher is very important in helping them get independent information and be able to conduct, independent analysis of the information. Also, like we previously said, you said, so meaning that in being able to then get independent, like I said previously, I said it's a synthesis of existing information. So very nature of parliamentarian research is that it's a synthesis of different sources. So a researcher brings together key points covering the range of credible.
Please unmute your mic if you're not talking.
So, still on the nature of parliamentarian research, a researcher brings together key points covering the range of credible perspectives and presents them in an accessible manner. So you might prepare a brief that provides balanced and unbiased view on a particular issue, but also written with political awareness, allowing members to make informed decisions and to fulfill their various roles and responsibility. Even though you are synthesizing from various sources, the language is also very important. You need to mind the language and not use bias or judgmental languages, because your goal is to provide credible information. It covers the full range of public policy. So by nature, parliamentarian research cover all kinds of topics. All kinds of topics. Again, you may be employed to talk about sexual and reproductive health, but by the very nature of you being called a researcher in the parliament, they bring all issues to you. It could be issues of land, the land debates, and then the parliamentarian may want you to prepare maybe a brief on land. So it covers a whole range of public policy issues. So parliamentarian research services can act as a one-stop shop where parliamentarians can seek information on a wide range of topics, while also being expected to provide their opinions based on expertise or on the assessment of the evidence review. So you should expect to take on more than you envisage. Now, we're still talking about the very nature of parliamentarian research. Parliamentarian research, it needs to be confidential to parliamentarians when necessary. And this is also very important. It cannot even be overstated. The issue of confidentiality is very important. The majority of information produced by legislative is available for all members to ask. However, in some cases, a member seeking information may not want the fact that they are making the inquiry known, especially by the opponents. Typically, cases where request customized and personalized research, the service provided is entirely confidential. I mean, this allows members to have the confidence to seek information when they need it without fear of disclosure. So it's also very important that you protect the anonymity of the parliament. Is that a question? Okay. Now, on all the products you produce for parliamentarian, could form collective memory. That is, parliamentarian libraries can then act as a repositories of knowledge, particularly in those legislation where essential elements of the legislative process may not have become part of the official record.
That's Chuma. Chuma, do you have a question, perhaps?
Oh, sorry, it was it pressed the unmute by mistake. Sorry about that.
So, as a researcher, you are a resource for the parliament. You are more like a library for them, because especially if you've been doing this for many years, you would have covered a whole range of issues, and then be able to preserve memories, even for new members to consult. Now, we spoke about confidentiality. We also need to talk about impartiality. You need to be impartial. So a parliamentarian research service must be accessible and equally accessible for parliamentarians from all political parties across the political spectrum. So like I think I mentioned it previously, you are not serving a particular political party, but you are serving a parliament. And to speak more on that, have a section, go through, partisan versus non-partisan research. And that's what we want to talk about, partisan versus non-partisan research. So for partisan research, it serves political purposes. It's not balanced. It presents one side of the issue, okay? But non-partisan research is objective and factual. It is balanced. It presents all sides of an issue. So you need to maintain your impartiality. You need to be neutral as much as possible, and you must be ready to serve all political parties. So the value of parliamentarian research is that it's also proactive and reactive. Proactive in the sense that you're anticipating the needs of parliamentarians. You know that, maybe in 6 months to come, there are issues, these issues will come up. So you already begin your research even before you are contacted. So you are being proactive. It is likely that they discuss a bill related to sexual and reproductive health, say in next year, December, and you're already beginning to lay the groundwork. You're already synthesizing evidence even before you are called upon to present evidence or to present a fact sheet or brief or so, and it's also reactive in that something might quickly come up and a member of parliament reach out to you to do a research for them and you react to the needs. So overall, the value of parliamentarian researchers is in their ability to discover the most relevant authoritative information. I would say that again. Your value as a researcher in the parliament is your ability to discover the most relevant authoritative information and summarizing it for parliamentarians. And your range of skills include, what are the skills you need to have as a parliamentarian researcher? You need to have organizational skill. You need to be very good at classification and searching. You need to be able to search. And then you need to also have strong analytical skill. You need to have writing skill, and you need to have, have knowledge of the subject matter to inform a debate. I mean, those are important skills to have as a researcher. But beyond that, you also need to be a person of integrity, a neutral person, someone that is also can keep secret as well. So far, in cases where parliamentarians come to ask for confidential information or to ask you to protect their anonymity. And the more they trust you, the more they come back for information. Are there any questions before we move to another subtopic? Are there questions on the nature and value of parliamentarian research? Or any additions? Are there additions on the nature and value of parliamentarian research?
I can't see any hands up or anyone who has added anything on the chat. But yeah, feel free to share your additions or something you disagree with or agree with, or you found very difficult to be able to manage. Yeah.
Or let me ask a question, since there is no question. So let me ask a question. How do you see your role as a researcher in the parliament? Or do you agree that you need to be neutral? And do you agree that you need to serve both political parties, but you need to serve the parliament and not a particular political party? Any feedback on that?
I see Jabu has unmuted.
Oh, yeah. Very good morning, Tim. Thank you, SG. Thank you, APHRC, SADC PF members, team. It's an interesting session indeed. With us as a parliament, I hope we're all aware we are not a party list parliament. So however you conduct your research, you need to be guided by whatever legislative paper is on table. If there are questions and answers, if there's a motion at hand, fine. I appreciate the notion of being as objective as ever, but I must spell out that it is not easy to work as a researcher in parliament. You need to have such integrity as alluded to. You need to have a high element of confidentiality. You need to be ready to be accused even when you thought you were as objective as ever. It's an interesting field, yes, but you need to upscale forever your skills. That's what I can say for now, but let's appreciate the presentation so that we can have more input at the end. Thank you.
Yeah, those are very important contributions. Thank you very much. I mean, it's very, very important that you maintain your objectivity. And sometimes you may be accused of being biased. So it's all part of the job. But you must always strive to be objective or to be as objective as possible. So having gone through the nature and value of parliamentarian research, I will then move to the method, the research method that is more appropriate for parliamentarian research.
Ajay, there's a question on the chat, and Emmy as well wants to chime in.
Okay, let's take the question.
Yeah, maybe I can go just to the previous speaker. She said that you are ready to be accused, and it's important for us to know, are there circumstances you can share about how, when researchers in Parliament are accused, so that we can examine this and see how best those accusations can be reduced, or how they can navigate that space, knowing that this is going to happen, or I'm bringing up this, but I'm going to be accused. So if we have those who have experienced it, maybe they could share with us. Thank you.
Sorry, we can't hear. We can't hear Anthony.
Oh, Emmy, maybe speak aloud, slightly closer to the mic.
Okay, is that okay?
No, it's still very, it is still low. You need to project more.
Is that okay?
You need to move closer to the microphone.
I have, so, or maybe I put it, am I okay now?
Yeah,
it's slightly better.
Slightly better.
Okay, let me move. I'm even now just leaning on my computer. So now I was following the previous speaker. I thought it would be very necessary, as she mentioned, that sometimes the accused, for us to know under some scenarios how in which they're accused, so that we can better discuss this on how to navigate or go about these accusations, so that you still a researcher and you are objective and stand for your integrity. Thank you.
I mean, to reiterate what she said whether there's anyone that has an example to give of cases where they were accused of being biased that would like to share with us.
Okay, should I respond right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, in our case, we know we are in parliaments, we're executing our SRHR project. Let us be mindful that as member states, some HR issues, the thematic areas we are dealing with, are sensitive to be mentioned, some issues in our confines with respect to our constitution. Let me make an example. A typical example, last week or 2 weeks, last week we had a youth in Daba. One of the members, just where we were redressing issues of impact of COVID-19 on the youth. It was a cumulative session from regional and activities. And then we had to come and have this dialogue session. So members were invited, but to say the least, one of the members had to say, oh, you are inviting me to this. And she had to move out and say, I'm not here to be talking about issues of abortion and the like. There were briefs which were prepared for the dialogue sessions, for the youth, for the members to make interventions. There was nothing to do with abortion in there. There was media in-house. So you can imagine where you are if a third party hears that and it is not what you meant. And she literally bolted out of the meeting. So I am trying to say, you need such resilience, you need such support, you need such integrity, and as much as you need to be respecting the constitutional mandate of your country. That's one of the issues at hand. Thank you.
Now, thank you very much for clarifying. Now, there's a question on the chat box that says that what is the difference that I indicated that a parliamentarian researcher differs from a government researcher. The point I was trying to make there is to say that by the nature of you being a parliamentarian researcher, you are different from government researcher. And what I simply mean by that is you represent the parliament, not the executive arm of government. So your position is different from, say, someone from the Ministry of Health or from a researcher from any of the government ministries. You still need to be able to, rather in that sense, it means that even if a research was conducted by the Ministry of Health, you should be able to independently assess the quality of the research to ensure that the information they are providing is complete and 100% accurate. So you serve the parliamentarian, not the policy positions of the executive arm of government. And that's the distinction I was trying to make. I hope that clarifies it. Now, there's some interesting contributions on the chat that I would like to read. And this one is from Liva. And she says, first of all, as employees of the parliament, we have to be neutral. This means that we have to work for all MPs. So whatever we have heard or seen, we have to keep it to ourselves for the good of the parliament. That's very important. And that's the very essence and nature of parliamentarian research. Now, there's also another question. I just want to ask a question. How best can a researcher manage the MPs? That's how the perception that the project or the researcher belongs to them or their committee, and as a result, make other MPs feel like their contributions do really matter. Do you want to clarify this question? Oh, okay, you mean do not really matter. Anyway, if I understand the question correctly, I think the question is basically saying that how do you manage MPs that sees the projects to belong to them more than other MPs, or that make other MPs feel their contribution do not really matter? Is that what the question is asking? Okay, great. Now, again, I want everyone to feel free to respond to this particular question because I think it's very important. How do you manage MPs that feel that they own the project and other MPs' opinion are less important? How have you been doing that? Who wants to answer? Who has an experience in dealing with this kind of situation and wants to share how they manage the situation?
Hi, Anthony, can I come in? It's Chuma.
Please come in.
Okay, thank you. I think it's in the nature of, or maybe greetings to everybody. I am just realizing that we had not greeted and introduced ourselves. So I was going straight into the answer, but just greetings to everybody. Chuma from Zimbabwe Parliament. I'm a researcher for the SADC project. So I was going to say, it's in the nature of parliamentarians. Oh, by the way, I've forgotten one of the rules, video, where we got, right. So it's in the nature of parliamentarians to want to own somebody or to claim spaces. That's politics. That's who they are. They want to have an edge over the next person with the administration of parliament, with their political party, even with the speakers. There are people that live on and around that. So what you need just to make sure is to refuse to be owned, because it might look good as you start. You feel maybe it's good to relate to this guy and move around with this guy and support them in here. But next time, or before you realize it, they can mess up everything. They can mess you up everything, and you can be associated with something that you don't even know about. So you maintain that balance. It's how you show them relevance, especially those that are being sidelined. You make sure you show the committees that are being sidelined or the members that are being sidelined. They are relevant in the project. They are relevant in the project. So you work with them, you deliberately program including them. And even when you're doing the program, you make sure it's not only the health committee that is chairing sessions or giving welcome and closing remarks. So you deliberately program in an inclusive manner. And you actually have to select as many committees or as many sectors that speak to SRHR as possible. Like, so in my case, I started with about 5 committees. Then I realized that you need to add 2 more. You actually also need to trade people because of drugs, importation, things like that. You also need justice committee because of the laws and human rights. You also need this committee. So I ended up with about 12. So whenever I'm doing anything, even in the National Technical Task Force, I think I've got about 6 or 7 chairpersons from different committees. So you make sure you deliberately show them that they are relevant, and you work with them deliberately, and you give them chances and opportunities. You drive the program. You don't let an MP drive your program, because it might be good, they might be knowing everything, but these people, they have a way of just messing you up sometimes before you realize it. So if you toe their line, it's at your own peril. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very important contribution. It's important that you try to be more inclusive and try to bring everybody on board and along in the work you do, such that one person that would not be able to claim ownership of the project. Are there other experiences? Are there other people that want to share their experiences?
I can see a question on the chat in French. I don't know if Moses or Aziz can translate that for us.
Moses, are you there?
I think we might need to press for select interpretation in English. I think that's how it usually works. And then, let's see. Go to English, yes, yeah. I figured, yeah. So.
Yes.
Okay.
I have pasted the interpretation. I have just pasted the interpretation.
Okay. I would say that being an expert on social issue would definitely help. If you are a sociologist, that would definitely help. It places you at an advantage. But again, what is more important is your ability to synthesize information. Or what is more important are all the qualities we listed previously. You don't even have to necessarily be a sociologist to be able to, develop, say, organizational skill. I mean, those are important skills that are important. Organizational skill, your ability to search for information, for credible information, to assess credible information, and then your analytical skill. You need to be able to analyze issues critically. And then you also need to be very good at writing. And I mean, like I said, if you have a good knowledge of the subject matter, it will also help you to excel as a parliamentarian research. While the preference may be for someone that has got a degree on social issues, say like a sociologist or a psychologist, sorry, a political scientist, or the social science economist, that may be fine, but what is more important is your skill, your research skill, your organizational skill, your classification skill, and all that. And the question now could then be, can an accountant have all these skills? Of course, an accountant can have good organizational skill, good classification skill, ability to search for information, ability to analyze information critically. However, if you have degree in these social sciences, you probably may have an advantage because that's what you've been doing for many, many years. So it's become so easy for you, or it's probably easier for you than someone from other disciplines.
So we have a hand raised by Chuma, and maybe after that we can go ahead with the other slides, and then we can come back to questions.
Thank you. Yeah, just in responding to that question, I think parliament research or parliamentary research, it's an emerging issue, I should say. It's an emerging issue. A good number of parliaments in Africa, they don't have dedicated research departments or dedicated researchers within the systems or within the structures. But a lot of parliaments, they are following that. So you might see that maybe the person asking might actually be from a place where there is no a post written or called parliament researcher. Because this term that we're using for this workshop is because of the project, to say they are called project researchers. But in parliament, inside parliament, you might actually not have people called researchers like we have. So the issue, but the idea is to have internal expertise. Is to have internal expertise, not too academic like what Ajay was saying. To say the most important thing is not just to be an expert in that area, but your analytical skills. But what you want is the first line of technical advice. What you want is the first line of technical advice to MPs, where you are quickly to explain terms that are used in a subject matter. So you want an economist to be manning the research desk for the public accounts committee or finance, budget and finance committee. So in some parliaments, you find that researchers, they are assigned to special portfolio committees or oversight committees. In some parliaments, there's just a pool of researchers who are just waiting for requests and they don't sit in committees. Like in our case, we have specific researchers for specific committees, and researchers, they don't rotate because that's your area of study, that's your area of understanding. And then you have committee clerks who are best described as they're there for procedural advice. How to, and they literally run the committee business, taking minutes and so on and so forth. But you find in some parliaments that the same committee clerks, they also serve as researchers, or they also serve a research function to a certain extent. And in some parliaments where the systems are not yet clear, or even when they are clear, there's always friction between committee clerks and researchers. But in our case, sometimes committee clerks, they don't need to be experts in a certain area. They can serve any committee because it's about procedures. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those are important contributions that further help to answer the question. Okay, now that we are clear about what parliamentarian research is, now we need to discuss the methodology of carrying out parliamentarian research. Now, like I said, parliamentarian research is a synthesis or synthesizing, it means synthesizing evidence in most cases. So when you are preparing a research brief for parliamentarian, there are three critical points to keep in mind. Three things you must keep in mind. You need to think about the structure of your reports or the structure of your brief. And this can vary depending on the subject of the request or even the purpose of the request. So the structure of the reports you need to keep in mind. Also, you need to only provide parliamentarians with what they need to know to become informed about a specific issue. And lastly, you need to also think about the first paragraphs The first paragraph is the most important, and it should always state what the brief is about. So you need to think about the structure, need to know what they need, that will be good to inform the topic they brought to your attention, as well as it's also important that the first paragraph is quite captures the request. So I move to all the steps. So these are the steps to follow. When a request is made to you, the first thing you need to do is to clarify the question. So for example, a parliamentarian comes to you to ask for a review of their law on child marriage and whether the law is adequate. So you need to clarify the question. What do they want? What do they need? What extents? Again, we will talk about this subsequently. And then you also, once you've clarified the question and you have a good understanding of what the request is about, the next thing to do is to then begin to plan out the structure of your research brief. What topic you want to cover, what analysis you want to conduct, and all that. So it's more like you are developing a template of how the report will look like. So you have a planning of your research brief. When you are done planning and you know areas and aspects you want to work on, you then do what you conduct a search. And I said you conduct an effective search because a search can be ineffective. So you conduct an effective search. And the next thing to do is to critically evaluate your sources. Again, this is very important because now you've conducted the search. The next question is, how credible are these sources of the documents you plan to use? So you need to evaluate the credibility. And then you then proceed to writing the research brief. And then when you are done writing the research brief, you need to review for quality assurance. We are going to now go into these steps one at a time, and I will give specific examples of how you go about doing all these things. And again, even though I've listed all these 6 methods, they are not, straightforward. They could be iterative. That is, you may begin to clarify the question. You are planning your research, and then in planning your research, you may need to go back to the MP again to clarify further questions. So they are iterative. They are not just one step and then you move to the next, and then you move to the next, and then you move to the next. In fact, you may be evaluating your sources and discover that there are other areas you need to add into your templates. Also, when you are doing quality assurance, you may also go back to the MP to find out about certain things. So all these steps are not on a straight line, like you complete one before you move to next. They are iterative. That means they are interlinked. And you need not follow 1 to 6. It could be 1 to 3, 1 to 2, or 3 back to 1 and all that. And I think I need to mention that. Now let's discuss clarifying the research. How do you clarify the question? Now, mind you, in any research, the most important thing in a research is the questions you are trying to answer. That's the most important. For any research endeavor, the critical thing is the question you are trying to provide answer to. And this is why this is very important. So if an MP has come to you to conduct a research or to write a brief or to whatever the nature of the request, it's important that you clarify the key question that the MP asks. And these are some questions to help you clarify the request. So you need to know who is the audience, who do the MP want to speak to? Because when you are speaking to member of parliament and it's being broadcasted to the entire nation, that's a big audience. If you are speaking to at a committee hearing, if it's being broadcasted, the nature of the audience also differs. If it's not being broadcasted, if it's a private meeting of a committee member, the audience differ. If it's at the floor of the house, the audience differ. So you need to understand the differences in the audience to be able to tailor the information that will be most effective for the particular audience. Now, you also need to understand the purpose. What is the purpose of the research, of the question? What is the purpose? Purpose may mean what is the use? Now, another question to ask is the time frame. What is the time frame? How soon should you meet this request? Is it in 2 weeks? Is it in 1 week? Is it in 1 day? You need to understand the time frame, and you need to know that you need to ask for the time frame, and you can't negotiate the time frame. You can negotiate the time frame, definitely. Also, another question to ask is, you need to ask the MP whether the MP has already has some information about the issue, because you don't want to produce information that is already in the custody of the MP. So it's very tough to understand what information they already have, so that you can then be able to provide information that complements what already exists. Lastly, it's also important to always ask the parliamentarian making the request open-ended question. You see, don't ask a question that answers could be yes, no. Ask a question, say for instance, understand the you see the 5W and the how. So you need to understand the who, where, when, why, and how. Who is the audience? What is the purpose? Why are you making this request? Why do you want to know this? When do you need it, the information? And how do you need it? What format do you want it? So again, even if we cannot remember all these questions, always keep in mind that you need to ask about the what, the when, the where, the who, the why, and the how. Those are important things to help you clarify the question. And there are some tips worth considering that I've prepared for you here. You need to tips worth considering include, you need to verify key pieces of information. For example, you need to take notes of names, places, and phrases, okay? So during your conversation with the MP, as you are taking the request, you need to get a pen and a jotter to jot down the key pieces of information regarding the request. Do not rely on your brain or your memory when it comes to storing the information or the request. Simply write it down. You know, someone used to say that millions of brain, that a pen is worth millions of brain. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember the adage properly. But what they're basically saying that if you jot something down, if you write something down, it's way, way better than storing it in your brain, because you can forget. You can forget it easily. But if you've written it down, you can always consult your notes. So always have a note, and then always write the key pieces of information, the key names, places, and all that regarding the request. Also, you need to ask follow-up questions. It's important that you ask follow-up questions so that you understand what the MP is really interested in. Say if you do not understand the question, you need to say it out, because you cannot be effective in your role if you don't ask questions. You cannot be you cannot answer effectively a question that you do not understand. You see, you may prepare a very good brief, excellent brief, but if it does not meet the needs of the MP, then it's no longer excellent. It's useless. So it's important that you clarify, you ask questions to clarify, you take notes, you ask follow-up questions. And then one tip that is very, very important is that you need to verbally summarize the request to the member. So haven't listened, haven't taken notes, you then want to then summarize. So MPA, you're asking me to provide a PowerPoint presentation on the extent of problem on child marriage in the country. Does that summarize your request? That is the kind of question you need to ask. So you provide a summary and then ask whether you've accurately summarized the request. And if that is the case, then you can then have a clear understanding of what the request is all about, which is very, very important. Are there further questions? Now, there are more tips. Other tips to think about is you need to make sure you read the national dailies because some of the requests may emanate from the news of the day. I remember clearly here in Kenya when there was a news that broke about teenage pregnancy, the teenage pregnancy during COVID. And there was a number flying around to indicate or to suggest that lots of girls are getting pregnant as a result of COVID. Now, as a researcher, you must have seen that in the news and prepare answers for MPs because they may come to you to ask you as the researcher in the parliament about those numbers. So it's important that you bear that in mind. So you need to regularly read the dailies to be aware of all the news. You need to, also it's important that you get a deadline. Never take on a request that you don't know when to submit it. So it's important you get a deadline. So if you get them the information too late, the research will be useless. So rather early than too late. Also, you need to get the members' details, the name, the contact, and how they will brief received. Is it via email or they want hard copy? So you need to understand all those basic things. Now, when it comes to planning your research, once you have clarified the question and you have a clear understanding of the topic, the next step is to develop an outline to write the research brief. I will give you examples of outlines as soon as we progress, but I'm just going to leave it there. So the outline needs to be organized in a logical manner. You know, information needs to flow. There must be a logic behind the brief you are preparing. The information needs to be quite logical. This also helps identify key questions to be answered and key concepts and technical terms that will be determined. A good outline ensures all important questions or concepts are covered. Now, the next step then is you conduct an effective search. Now, I'm going to talk about what constitutes good sources. So once an outline of the research brief is prepared, the researcher must consider information sources and places to look for information needed. So some potential places to consider are Google, of course, news websites, you know, sources within the parliamentarian library. You can look at National Bureau of Statistics, you can look at the ministries and all that. You gather your information from everywhere. But now it's very important that you understand that even when you are looking at news websites, there is the news part and there's the opinion piece. So again, you need to be able to have a clear understanding of the clear distinction between opinions or editorials and news. News are way more credible than opinions. So that's the order to see. That's the way to prioritize any information you get from a news website. You need to also look at the author. Who is the author and how knowledgeable is the author about the topic. That's not to say that opinions are also not irrelevant. Opinions are very good, especially if it's written by someone that has good knowledge and good expertise on the issue. And then when you are contacting an external source, if there is an issue on sexual and reproductive health, and there is say UNICEF in your country or on issues of young people, they may be a very good credible source. APHRC is also a very good external source that you can consult on a particular topic, and they may be able to provide you credible information. But when you are contacting an external source, it's important that you keep the identity of the parliamentarian who had requested the information. Never include the identity, because you don't want the information to leak. Now, it's important that you evaluate your sources. So in evaluating your sources, it's important that you evaluate the authority behind the publication that you are using. Are they reputable? You need to check for accuracy. You need to check for objectivity. It's also very important. You check for objectivity. And then is the information up to date? And information may be good, but it may be too old. A source may be very good, but it may be too old. Are there recent ones? Are you using the most recent information? Are the views subjective and with high level of integrity? Now, then when you are writing your research brief, it's important that it's logic and direct and cannot be misunderstood. You need to write clearly. Write clearly. Simple short paragraphs, short sentences, short paragraphs, clearly. Try not to repeat yourself. Remove jargons, and then only use technical words when you have explained them. Don't make it too technical. Just write it as though you are writing for a 12-year-old to understand. Okay, write clearly, reduce the use of jargon. So I put some of the writing tips that work for me here. You avoid repetition. Make it short and succinct. Do not leave important things out. Use annexes if you need to remove some information. Use quotations only if absolutely necessary. Always try to paraphrase rather than using quotations. And all quotations, information, ideas should be adequately referenced. Now, so when we talk about the structure of the brief, or still talking about the structure of the brief, you need to, it needs to be logical and easy to understand. And then it needs to, have a flow of information. Here is an example of a logical order. It answers the question at the beginning of the research brief. So the first paragraph talks about the nature of the request and the key questions you are trying to answer. So you write a short, brief background that answers the question that you are trying to provide answers to. And then you first set out the question you're answering and answer it directly at the beginning, so that the reader does not have to go deep into the paper before discovering what they are looking for. The most important information is found at the beginning. So be sure to start your research brief, including the headings and paragraphs, with key information that captures the reader's attention. That's very, very important. Don't leave the meat of the matter at the end. Put it at the beginning. It's important to use headings to chunk information into manageable and easily understood topics. Okay, so don't write prose for 2-3 pages. Break it down into subheadings and then use chronological structure when presenting information to the reader, so that the reader can see at a glance the key lines of your thinking. Okay. And then I gave an example of, you can go to the next slide. The next slide. So I gave a brief, this one, the one you're on, yeah. So you can have a short introduction and description of the question. You provide a little background and context. You conduct an analysis, and then you then have a conclusion. That's a very good example of the structure of the brief. So there's always the introduction, the body, and the conclusion. That template works very well. Introduction, body, conclusion. Now, it's also important that you review for quality assurance. And how do you do that? Once the research brief has been written, it should always be reviewed by either a manager or a senior researcher. Okay, so even if you're a senior researcher, give it to a junior researcher to review. That's very important. It's also important that you edit to make the brief clearer, to make it more precise, and to ensure that it's politically neutral. Okay. Even at this stage, you may also consult the MP to provide inputs, and then say, please read this. Does this accurately capture or fit into what you want? And then they can say, oh, add more, remove this one, and all that. And it's also part of quality assurance. Proofread. So I've included a checklist of things you can go through in doing quality assurance. You need to find out, is there a title or date? Does the first paragraph clearly state what the brief is about and what the members has asked for? Is there a summary of the key points in the briefing? Are the pages number? Fonts and text size, are they correct? It needs to be correct and consistent, the fonts and the text size. You need to double check all spelling, including names and technical words. You need to double check all grammar and punctuation. And then acknowledgement of supporting evidence. It's important that you cite your sources, reference your sources. It's also very, very important. More things you need to also check for is the usefulness of the information for members. Is the information useful for the members? So relevant parliamentary information is provided, such as debates, committee reports, parliamentary questions. How relevant is your information you are supplying? So it's one of the quality assurance things to check for. Is the government policy clearly stated? Only the most politically important information is included. Don't make it partisan. Okay, so this is very important. No use of emotive languages. Emotive languages are adding coloration to things. Leave the emotive language to the politician, but not you. Say, for instance, 5,000 girls got pregnant in Kenya during COVID. That is what you found, yeah? Do not say 5,000 girls got pregnant. This is appalling. Using the word appalling means you are judgmental. Leave your analysis at 5,000 girls got pregnant. Leave the characterization of whether it's good or bad to the MP. Unless if it's requested. And then let it cover a range of viewpoints on an issue. Don't ignore certain aspects of a debate, because otherwise it means that you are being biased. So conclusions are only given if they are well supported by good evidence. So if it's non-partisan, that means that conclusions are only given if they are well supported by good evidence. Okay, let's have 5 minutes for questions. I think this is where I would like to stop. Questions?
Jabu has a hand up.
Yeah, she can contribute, please.
Thank you, Tim. It was on the boosting of the research team in parliaments with reference to what Chuma was saying, that with a parliament, we also make use of interns with respect to their special expertise, because we know that with our ailing governments, it's not easy to have strong professionals in the departments, like on permanent basis. So on rotational basis, one way or the other, we do headhunt, we liaise with the respective tertiary institutions so that we can engage accordingly in relation to the respective fields in our research unit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that, it's going to be very difficult to get the best professionals as researchers, given that they will probably get better income elsewhere. They get paid higher in other organizations. So, but I mean, having an intern is also one way to manage. Thank you very much for that contribution. Are there other questions?
Yes, one last question from Geraldina. It's in Portuguese, so maybe the Portuguese translator can read it out for us. Translate it for us.
Yes, all right. Please do it one more time. Thank you very much for the contribution. I think this is rather a contribution than...
it's low.
This is a contribution than a comment. There is another one in French. Absolutely, that's a very good example to give. you know, judgmental languages are, you are saying it's bad, it's good, it's a shame, it's shameful. All those kinds of languages should not be included. Allow MPs to, you know, determine what language to use to clarify whether 70% of girls being forced to marry is good or bad, but simply supply the information needed rather than, you know, adding your own judgments to it.
Okay, so I think final question, Lisa, and then we can go ahead to Emmy.
As a question, in case that the MP does not want to disclose some very key information, what should researchers do? What should now this question is very important and it's also very tricky. If I told you to help me do things, the kind of clarification I'm talking about is related to the what, who, when, how. Now, if the MP is not telling you who the audience is, then it's going to be very tricky for you to be able to write something that speaks to the audience. Now, again, what information could be withheld? If the time frame, for instance, how long do I need to spend on this work? I think MP should be able to tell you how, you know, how long you should, or what the time frame is, or the deadline. Now, another point of clarification is why, and that's where it's very tricky. What do you want to use the information for? Again, this also helps you to understand how to, you know, go about synthesizing the information. So the questions you're asking are not necessarily sensitive or confidential. They are helping you to be able to understand the request and be able to do a good job that meets the need of the MP. And it's in the MP's interest to provide sufficient information for you to assist you to do a quality synthesis or brief. So if the MP is not, you know, responding to all the questions that will help you answer the question, then that was definitely going to be a problem, because you may not be able to then do something that meets the MP's need. But again, you must develop a skill of asking questions. You must learn to probe. You must ask questions in a soft, responsive, respectful way, such that you can elicit answers. I hope that answers the question. Always know that your very understanding of the question would help you to, you know, prepare a very good answer. If you do not understand the request, then you won't be able to do an effective or useful brief or synthesis of evidence.
Okay, great. So thank you so much. I hope that was answered. So I think because of time, and I know we still need to have a 10-minute break before the next session, we can go ahead with Emmy. Thank you so much. Anthony, please stay on the call so that we might need to have a final question and answer session at the end before we close off to the next session. So thank you so much, Ajay. I think everyone can applaud and say he's done a great job in responding to our questions. Over to you, Emmy.
Hello, are you still taking the 10 minutes or I go ahead?
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to talk about terminologies, and I take this as learning by doing, because I've been around in this field for 10 years, starting from HIV, as I said, and I moved on to up to sexuality. And key populations, men who have sex with men, until right now, I'm now on LGBTQ. So this is a very interesting area, and I think, or I know that SADC PF actually are focusing on these issues. Maybe we can move on. Maggie. So this is my field. And my field has been, as I said, I started with HIV, then moved on to sexuality. And sexuality, first of all, I studied support groups. And one of the support groups was on heterosexual men. You call them straight. It's a bit sensitive because people always question who is straight and who is not straight. It all boils down to sensitivity. And then I head a group also of homosexuality.
Excuse me, moderator.
Yes, yes.
Please, the volume is low.
Ah, sorry. I mean, perhaps you can just.
This okay?
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. So I was talking about my field, which is a sensitive, deals with sensitive issues, and sensitive issues are those issues that make people uncomfortable, they attract stigma, and they make people really upset with you, depending on where they're coming from. And there are those issues that are so emotional that can cause emotions within people. And, you know, it could be on sexual reproductive health. It could be also, I found out even poverty actually is emotional, and the sensitive race, ethnicity sometimes can turn to be very emotional. But my area has been, I started with HIV/AIDS and went on, actually I did infant feeding, which was okay, but also in HIV and AIDS becomes a very sensitive issue depending on who you are talking to. Sometimes you feel it's normalized, then you go to another segment of population and you feel it's not normalized. I remember we were told particular terminologies, how you can call people who are living with HIV. They started people affected or people infected. We are told, no, that is not the right terminology. Move on to call people living with HIV so that it's appreciative. So there are always these terminologies that are being changed every time to see whether they're acceptable or they're not, they're causing emotions or feeling of stigma or feeling of exclusion. So I moved from there, HIV. I still was under HIV, but was now studying social relations or psychosocial support groups. And I dealt with heterosexual men, or call them straight. And sometimes straight, when you say straight, people say, okay, but who is not straight? So it becomes another sensitive issue. We dealt with homosexuality. I had a group of homosexual men, or they are called men who have sex with men who are sex workers. And then I moved from there. I went to now do the whole sexual diversity. I've also still under HIV now. I did key population, and that included men who have sex with men, and then female. I've worked with female and male sex workers. People keep on asking whether we have male sex workers. Yes, they're there. And now I also moved to drug use, and I also had the intersection between drug use, men who have sex with men, and sex workers. And then now I've done work on adolescent sexual reproductive health, which was really not very recent, but some time back. And then I have done work, not so much, but done work on abortion. And then in sexual reproductive health, I still have done on sexual diversity. So what I'm going to share is about terminologies, and I'm going to share from the point of view of doing by learning by doing and learning the language. And also, I remember one who said that there was somebody who left. I've been left in a room because I said I'm doing something. Like I went somewhere and I was actually looking for legal officer in a county. And I said, yeah, I'm here, I'm studying sex work. And this legal officer, actually he just left the room for 5 minutes. I was in the room alone. He left, he didn't say anything, he just left. And when he came back with 3 men. And at that point, he told the men to ask me what I have come to do. And I said, I'm a researcher and I'm researching sex work. And one of the guys said, oh, you know, she's talking about prostitution. And when they started talking about it, the guy also now started contributing. While I know, having been at the global level and being at the all other levels and working with sometimes activists, being in the activism spaces, I was prepared to know that calling prostitutes is the derogatory word. So I decided to use the sex work, the word, because they say sex work is work. So internationally, and that is how the globally is accepted, that you have to say sex work, not commercial sex workers. Sex work is work. So for me, I was comfortable this way, knowing that I'm using the right terminology. Coming down, somebody's looking at me like, what are you talking about? So this guy now starts talking to me about prostitution. So I was like, okay, so as a researcher, then you have to go with the flow until at some point when you are done, and then you tell the people, no, but you know, nowadays, this is how they want it to be called, because this word we are talking about, prostitution, is derogatory. It did not stop there. I went to the field. I'm an anthropologist, so we stay longer in the field, and sometimes we actually do the work ourselves, because what we call ethnography, you have to be there. It is you, the researcher, who is the subject. Actually, you are the tool. So you keep on playing with how to ask questions. And this time I was still prepared. I went to the field, and what I forgot was that the different segments of people react differently. But when I was in the activist place, and some organizations and people who are actually targeted by those organizations, they would talk about sex work. And I now went to the community to actually look into the sex workers, because I was talking to them about the economic situations. And I saw this, I approached actually one after the other. I would go and say, okay, you know, I'm studying sex work. And the first person looked at me and asked me, what are you talking about? And I said, and you know now how you translate it in your mother tongue becomes the worst thing that you can ever, not mother tongue, in Swahili, our national language. And I translated it, and you never make literal translation, but still the same. I was asked, what are you talking about? Is that something you can say is work? And I said, yeah, that is what I was told we should. Then she told me, it's better you call me a prostitute. I'll understand. But then it becomes very difficult that you can actually exclude people, or you can, terminologies can make way for you to go into, can open doors and can lock doors as well. As we are interested in the insider, like you want to be an insider for you to understand your research participants and understand the whole context. So you are trying to buy in as an insider, but this language and terminology can actually put you remain the outsider, and you never understand what is going on. So you'll find in those two scenarios, then I asked, so what is the terminology? So the good thing about anthropology, you don't get very tired about this. You have to learn the language. Then I was given another word, which was kubangaiza. And then bangaiza now means hustling. And actually, if you look in the discussion, in the dictionary, it includes even sex work. So saying kubangaiza became interesting to use and a bit acceptable. So, but if you go to the community, and I was like, oh, I'm going to bangaiza, because I knew it is hustling. Reaching, people looked at me like, we are talking about hustling. So they knew, some of the community members knew that if you say you are hustling, then you are sex work. So, but for me, I was free talking about hustling and sex work, and the people are like, wow, this is very weird. So you have to find your terminologies right, because you have to mind your language. It helps you to navigate your field, to understand your field, to know when and how to use different kinds of words. Even if you had them from somewhere else, you know it is not going to be universal. Sometimes there are those universally acceptable, and there are those that they are not. So today we look at mainly to demystify the meanings of rights. And as of now, I would want everyone to go to the chat box, and actually, in your mother tongue, could you write what is rice in your mother tongue? Maybe as we go on, we are going to see how to talk about this rice, and then we'll and understand why there is now the push towards rights-based approach in sexual reproductive health as terminologies evolve, and then the application of that. Maggie, you can move. Meanwhile, people can still write what rice means, like as we have it in Swahili. I've never known it in my mother tongue. Because it's going to help us understand what you know about, and that is where you are going to, what you are dealing with, the rice. And I'll tell you why rice becomes an issue right now, leave alone the sexual. The sexual, we can talk about it also.
I can see on the chat they started typing in, Emmy, what rights is in their mother tongue.
Yeah, because we have to know, we always say that the rice is a foreign word, but we have to know, does it exist in our mother tongue? And if it did, how was it played around? How was it navigated? How was it executed? So I have two people actually I've seen. I am wondering whether others have heard about rice in the language, or you don't know, or you are not an anthropologist to go and find out. So what does this rice mean? Does it exist really? Because when you are a researcher, then people start telling you, we don't have this word, this is foreign. How do you even explain that, no, I'm in my mother tongue, this is what it means, and start changing people's views towards some knowledge, some terminologies. So we've got how many? 5. Move to the second slide, Meg.
Okay.
So as you write the word was, I'll keep on going, but because we are going to define those rights and see where they come from and why it is quite important to have the meaning of rights. Maybe move backwards a bit. I see if I've left anything that I needed to mention. Move forward. So I would actually just say terminology or language is or are a doing thing. As I said, they can open doors or they can close doors. There are some language or terminologies which are used to mobilize people, to communicate, or to do things. So they're actually just doing things for a researcher. And you have to take it that they're doing things. They provide identities, they provide meanings. There's a time when we had a co-creation agenda, research co-creation agenda, and somebody said they were saddened that you are doing research on LGBTQ and you cannot name them. It provides language or terminology is naming something, and you have to name what you are doing, whether you like it or not, because you can't, even the nameless are named, you know. If it's nameless, we know it's nameless, and that is their name, but it's nameless. There's a time I worked with men who have sex with men, and I was going to this building. I only knew this building, that was a nameless building. There was no name, and that is for their security. So it was building, no name, but you could know the building is this side, the colors and everything, but it was nameless. So I named it Nameless Building. So it has to be, and that meaning meant that it is for their security. I gave it meaning, or whatever meaning they had given it, it was actually for their security. For everything provides meaning and the identity of something. And as I've said, it does open doors and lock doors. As one of the person we had gone to see for the first time, and we are trying to get stakeholders and talk to them and tell them, here we are, and this is the work we are doing. So as we talked about our organization and what to do, interestingly, this was something to do with religious group, some religious coming together, and they had an organization, Faith in Action. So we went there and we talked about our organization is a research institution, and this is, we do ABCD, you know, our abortion and LGBTQ in what we call this unit, Population Dynamics and Health Research Unit. So we talked about that, and we knew somehow our issues that we are dealing with when it comes to challenging the politics of social exclusion were issues to do with sexual minority and issues to do with abortion and adolescent sexual reproductive health. So after we had introduced ourselves and said everything and done everything, I felt like, no, as a medical anthropologist researcher, I have to tell you what we are doing. So I went ahead and said, actually for the SIPC, the challenging of politics of social exclusion, we are looking at abortion, post-abortion care, and we are looking at sexual minorities, and we are looking at adolescent sexual reproductive health. And the guy seemed very upset that do not use that language. Yeah, it will close doors for you. For abortion, they use termination of pregnancy. And this is the way you are going to get into the politics of terminologies, which one is the right one to use. You may go somewhere and somebody tells you, don't come here and tell us termination of pregnancy. Say, in fact, activists will tell you, say it's abortion, period. And I asked the person, how about sexual minorities? And he told me, that is your research to do. Find out appropriate word and not use sexual minorities and LGBTQ. You can imagine being in that state and wondering. So I think my colleagues might have been wondering why I have caused all this. For me, as a researcher and an anthropologist, I'm learning. And this is part of research. I'm learning and knowing why are people upset and what are the appropriate terminologies. What can I use? Because these are the things your MPs, your members of parliaments don't like to talk about. They don't want those words or terminologies or issues that are going to make them lose vote, no matter what. They want people to vote for them, but they know these are sensitive issues. And it is like, it's a blanket. It's known that people don't want to talk it. We are not sure that people don't want to talk about them, but you see, now they make it look like if I speak about this, I'm going to lose. Move on, Maggie. So I was talking to someone and we had met in a conference. Then the person told me that, if you are talking about sexual reproductive health, because I actually was expressing my interest of talking to the speaker of the East Africa community, is it Legislative Assembly? And he told me, you know what, if you are talking about sexual reproductive health, members of parliament do not want S, and they do not want R, which is the rise on the floor. This is to protect their jobs. They don't want to offend their constituencies, people who give them jobs, and also they do not want to disappoint donor who has funded that kind of where they are, their jobs, their salaries, paying for their salary. So leaving sexual out and leaving rights out, then you are able to stay safe. And you keep on wondering, so if the rights is wrong, the sexual is wrong, you can only remain with reproductive health. And you know, now you are not going to push anything if you are dealing with sexual reproductive health rights. So in this case, why do this, I ask myself, why does language and terminologies matter? And why are they contentious? And we've talked about the rise. Maggie, move. Move back. I think I've forgotten something that I needed to mention. So you have to understand your field and you have to manage sensitivity. Because you reach somewhere, I remember there's a time, for me, I always call myself, I'm a queer researcher because I research LGBTQ. So, or I say bluntly that I'm a LGBTQ researcher, but people take it so wrong. So there's a time I said I'm a queer researcher, and I think it offended someone that I shouldn't be saying. It's like it was a shame that I can even say that I'm a queer researcher. And I was, and then so people started finding out. So if you don't want to call queer or LGBTQ, so what do you call these people? So they said, calling them marginalized. Within that context, a few days later, we actually had decided, okay, so we are going to call people marginalized. When we went to call people marginalized, they were so upset. Whom are you calling marginalized? Who defines me as a marginalized person? You know, we always say marginalized and think that there's this group who are marginalized or vulnerable. And inside that group, there are some people who don't feel this suit or that terminology suits them. How do you deal with that? So you find out that you are here trying to understand. It's just good that you understand your field. You get open. You just leave yourself open to whatever and feel free to be learning. Don't feel like you are going to offend. After all, you are a researcher. You are a researcher to explore. The more you explore, the more you know how your MP will frame the language, how the MP, you can go about to talk to the MP about these issues in a nice way. Maggie, move. So I know this is your field. So you have to know your field, what you are dealing with, and the terminologies that are in that field. And I think we shall go through some of these terminologies. Maggie, move. And if I put that this football, because that is the way you are going to shoot. You know it well, you reach there. You make blunders, you actually offend people with the things you are saying. It will never open doors for you. You'll always be at the boundary. Move, Maggie. Hello. So, why should we, first of all, let's go to the terminology, to the rice. I think people have mentioned, how many rice did we get? I think a few people wrote, I don't know about the others, if they don't know about rice. And I always want to know why we resist the word rice when I was talking about the members of parliament. We resist mostly because they say it is a Western word. And rice, the way it's presented by the activists, is about demands. We demand, and the people are like, okay, so it's demanding. So we have to know that rice must find meaning in African setup. And that's why I said you have to know what is the word rice. It has to find meaning in African setup. There are words that is there. In my country, I know we have haki. And this haki has become very visible of late, that we are demanding and talking about haki. And so you have to know that it has to be based on an African setup, how African social democracy has been displayed and executed, and it must be based on African traditions. And you know, African tradition is about communal, not individuals. It's about communal. You know, even as women and children belong to a community. So the community has responsibility, and they are the ones who hold the rice. It's like the rice holders. They own that rice for an individual. So you'll find that when you have the rice, that independence or being individual, then it comes subsumed into the communal. So this rice, you'll have them, but it will be somebody else who will be deciding that you can have 2 children. You may not use family planning. You may be different of sexuality, but no, here we have only sexuality. Those are the things that define or come up to be called the social norms that we know. And this is governed by a community. It has leaders who will dispense or allow you to use this or question why we have this rights. And that is why, for me, rights, even if we are entitled to them, when you go back to the community and you are telling them, now I have a right to do with my body what I think, it is really disrupting. And they have to tell you, no, rights is from a different country. You've come here and you are coming to demand for rights, entitlements. No, here we are not. Here we have this social democracy where it is collective. So we have to go with the collective. So you have to be very sensitive, and then you find how are this, if I went ahead to ask you how, if there was rights, what is the difference between that rights and now this internationally accepted rights, that or what people think is from West? Then you find that is how we have, I'll introduce having collective, globally, universally acceptable terminologies or language, and then you come to the locally different languages and terminologies, even within communities, even within countries. But globally, we need actually to have a language, a terminology that actually is used universally to refer or define certain group of people, even if we have different ways of how people identify or look at different terminologies, and that's how it upsets them. But globally is doing something. It's bringing people together. Maybe that is the way you can get funding. That is the way the global WHO can focus on a particular issue. Maybe move backwards. You can focus on a particular issue. So it has to be, if you are talking about LGBTQ, it has to be internationally acceptable, like sexual minorities or all those terminologies that are there. For you who are researchers, it helps you to compare groups or studies or do analysis. When it comes to interventions, you know you are having health interventions focusing on key populations, so that makes it. And even within key population, you know, in drug use, you have to give them methadone, so it is going to standardize procedures of health interventions. And then funding also focuses on certain, they don't, as anthropologists, yes, we can go and look at a small group of people, but for global things, for how, like even many things happening on, let's me give an example of HIV. Then you look at people who are either living with HIV, for you to get funding for treatment. And then it allows you to get, for researchers to get a higher likelihood of reaching high-scale population with interventions or surveys. For us, we go for small people. Now, why we shouldn't have standardized, make the move, as I've said, is that it becomes or bottles down to what brings meaning to a small, at local level. What brings meaning at local level? And this, whether you have international, especially the sexual reproductive health, right? You can have something international, calling people this is what they should be. Coming down to their ground, actually you are excluding people. And as I talk, you'll see how I'm looking at a group of LGBTQ. First, it started as men who have sex with men, and that men having sex with men, researchers have written about it. It was a doing thing. It was something that was mobilizing. It mobilized these men together and had interventions focused on them. That was international. But coming down with the time, the people started saying, no, they're not talking about me. Me, I'm gay. I'm not a man who has sex with men. And me, I'm transgender. I'm not that man having sex with men. And then me, I'm bisexual. So this is clear. And then now, so you'll have to see that even within those communities, you've named them. It did something internationally. Epidemiologists used that to focus intervention. And then now it went down to bottling down to now the group saying, no, this is not what I am. And that makes it difficult for you to identify some people. You can move on and not see, like I always use that example. I was looking for men who have sex with men. And when I was in a certain place, in a Swahili place in Mombasa, and I was asking an imam, I was actually talking to an imam, and the imam told me, that incest is better, no problem. But when it comes to men who have sex with men, that is wrong. The incest I found out was actually men having sex with men between an uncle and a nephew. And I didn't really understand. So you can actually exclude, make it move, because I know I have a few minutes. I move quickly. So you can find different languages, different settings. They have different terminologies. It can be derogatory terms which you thought were good, they're becoming derogatory, and what you are told at global, that is derogatory, and I've talked about it. And it reinforces or invites exclusion, like what I've talked about. And then the social construction. They are always dynamic and changing groups. They can be together and they always change and say, we are not in this one. So conflicts with local language, I've talked about that, and resistance can cause that into the groups if you don't use the right terminologies. Let's move with Maggie, because I'm rushing because of time. Then you find the evolution of sexual reproductive health before 1994. It was focused on family planning. And then we have the famous ICPD that linked sexual reproductive health to development. And that was a big thing where it was really defined as sexual reproductive health and rights. Move on. And these definitions have changed. I had a definition by the WHO that is now being used, and you'll find the sexual reproductive health rights, or the sexual rights is actually part of defined, and the sexual health is defined and actually health. But they focus more to see how people can fulfill their sexuality, their sexual health in many ways. And then we've had additions of that. People are always looking at how to define and expand and make it inclusive. Now it includes many other reproductive health issues and also education, not just the services provided, the health services, but also information and all that. Make it move. So it is something that keeps on evolving, and all terminologies or whatever. And sexual reproductive health, maybe you can read this, how it is actually about health. And then infirmity, I think you hear about how health is defined. And I've said that it has been improved by WHO to include many things. Move, Maggie. Move. So all these issues that are covered here, this is what is in sexual reproductive health. If you are looking at it comprehensively, that you look at all these issues that we include in sexual reproductive health. What is very interesting here, they don't include the sexual minorities, and because it's about them also. Move. Maggie. Then when it comes to rights, as I've said, and if you want to really achieve sexual health, then you have to have a rights-based approach for people to really experience sexual reproductive health. Move on. and it is entrenched in the human rights. And you know what is in human rights, the fundamental rights that are inherent to all human beings without discrimination. In every nation, it doesn't matter your residence, your nationality, your sex orientation, or ethnic or religiosity or race, and any other status. Human rights are just rights for everyone, and you find this in the human rights treaties, frameworks. Even we have some human rights things in our region frameworks, like the AU, the Human Rights Charter, and even in your country, some of the treaties have been assented to, and they should actually become part of the laws. We don't speak this, and then we start saying, oh, we don't want the rights. You know, it's human rights is because it's been seen as demanding. It's not actually demanding. It's entitlement. So the way you express this entitlement, you find maybe you use the term entitlement, it becomes better than saying this is an entitlement. This is fundamental that a human being should experience these things. But as I've said when I was explaining about our Africanness, is about our collectivity, and that is where the issue is. You can move, Maggie. I don't have to spend much time here. People can read. And then you find the politics of all these rights sensitive. It has been politicized in many ways. And you know, rights are legal, social, ethical principles for freedom, the entitlements, and there is the fundamental normative rules about what is allowed for people, owed to people. And it includes right to life, freedom of slavery, torture, and all those you read about them, expression, freedom of opinion, and right to work, all those kind of things. And it's supposed to have people enjoy these rights without discrimination. And it's fundamental to civilization. I think if you told an African it is, you find it problematic. Now, I just want to talk to you about these other terminologies that we should know about key populations. I think I've talked to you, those who were there before. The key population word, how it came about. It was first about the most risk population. And in Kenya, there were some disagreements whether it should be most at risk, but the UNS came up with what they called a key population that looked like it is less stigmatizing. So alternative, they are used alternately, but also you can use them separate depending on where you are. So it refers to key population. It refers to people at higher risk of HIV infection, and this included men who have sex with men, and transgender persons, and people who injected drugs, sex workers, and clients. And the list has increased to people in humanitarian settings and people with disabilities. Move on, because I think I'll have to split some of that. Maggie. So these are the most contagious. When it comes to people living with HIV, please call them people living with HIV. Don't call them people infected. I understand that is very stigmatizing and very derogatory. Men who have sex with men, I've said it is nowadays very contagious. The gay want to be called the gay, transgender want to be called transgender, bisexual, transgender men, and then bisexual. And then they say the other people who do not identify themselves as us can fall into that other group of men who have sex with men. So nowadays they say GBTMSM. That is how it is. And then we have also people who use drugs. I know there have been locally, when I was doing work on people who use drugs, there are so many terminologies that are used on this group, but internationally it's people who inject drugs or people who use drugs. Those are the terms. Because there are people who call them the junkies. They have so many other terminologies that are very are very derogatory. And then sex workers, I say don't call them commercial because it's like repeating sex work and commercials versus prostitutes and kubangais. I think I've talked about that. And then people with disabilities, so there you don't have to worry about. And then people with inhuman settings, humanitarian settings, it's also creating some discomfort on how to actually refer to them. And I think terminologies are coming up to say when you are dealing with them, the way you should address them, that in a human way. Maggie, move. And then we have this group also now. This is my group. And LGBTQ is a doing thing in human rights. It's a doing thing. It brings them together. But when you sit with them, there's that also they have divisions because the LGBTQ is more, the funding is going more to the gay than the L. And it has brought that discomfort that they want the gender who feel like they have more issues, they want to be separated. The intersect now is a way because they say that them at least have been accepted. So you have many terminologies that refer to them, LGBTQ, but you find there's commonality, commonness when they have together and they have to use these terms. So you'll find we have so many terminologies that have come up, and I've told you it is the terminology is doing something, like MSM did something in HIV. It was a doing thing in mobilization on HIV, and LGBTQ, it is actually doing thing in human rights, mobilizing those groups together for human rights purposes. But when they are out, then it means that also have divisions that because of what is at stake, what do we use this? So you go to somebody, you tell them LGBT, they tell you, I'm not that, call me my group, So that is how they want to see. And then the other important issues is about homophobia, transphobia, lesbophobia, biophobia. Now everyone else has to have their own phobias. It was before homophobia, now it has moved. If I'm trans, tell me it's transphobia, it's focused on trans people. Leso is now lesbian and the other one. So if you are writing, you have to be very clear. You can't call everyone homo because they'll tell you that is not me. Move. Maggie. Then this another one is here. I've talked about this where I was told that it has to be a termination of pregnancy and not to call it abortion because abortion for them, it was very derogatory or it's annoying. It's about, things and you have to use. So for us, we do work on unsafe abortion. So that's where we focus. And then you can use terminologies like maternity so that you can, when you are looking at these issues collectively, you say this is maternal death, maternal mortality or something, then go into details to find out what is causing all this. And I've said there are factors that underpin contestations is policy, religiosity, and society norms and human rights. Move, Maggie. Hello. And then the common that cut across, but they're also very contentious, vulnerable, marginalized, non-discriminatory, stigma, and social exclusion or inclusion. Those are the terminologies that you may find in this sexual reproductive health. And with this, I think we are anchoring on leaving no one behind, making sure everyone is covered and all issues are covered. Yes, so I won't go into details. I think my time is over.
Yes, have 2 more minutes to just wrap up.
Yeah, my time is over. So I've just explained what vulnerability means. I think maybe we can share some of this for them to know when they say somebody's vulnerable and when somebody marginalized and what it does, all these terms, what they do, how they mobilize and how they do their thing. I mean, it's just doing, it's terminologies, but they do things that marginalization. Now you see internationally, people look at vulnerable groups or marginalization groups, and they target things, or they target interventions towards them as they feel these groups are excluded and or they're marginalized before this. And if you are doing an inclusive development, then you have to have everyone in there. And that is why these terms become important points to show that some people could be excluded or can be included, and how you deal with it as researchers to just understand. And when we are looking at these terminologies, how do we use them? And how do I navigate my field, and what do I do? And when do you use these terminologies? I think I'll stop there. I've been talking for long.
Thank you, Emmy. Okay, thank you again. Thank you so much, Emmy. Are there any questions for Emmy? Raise your hands. You can comment on the chat. Okay.
Maggie?
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead.
Tim, a very good morning. Once again, good day. I thank you for such an informative presentation, Emmy. I loved, because with us, when we talk on our thematic areas, we cannot talk of comprehensive sexuality education. Rather, we are expected, it is a policy directive. We need to refer to that as life skills education, and it is even integrated in the curriculum. So I'm saying yes, it depends where you are, the cultural dictates and more. I thank you. It was a very eye-opening presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Emmy? I'm trying to look at any hands which are raised or even on the chat. Okay. So if there are no more questions or comments, maybe if we can be able to give Emmy and Ajay, I guess, a round of applause. I don't know. Sometimes I know Zoom has that hand icon. So thank you so much, Emmy and Ajay. I think that's perfect presentation. Yes, as you can see on the Zoom screen, that people are applauding the amazing work and the amazing that you've done and the insightful information that you've given to them. So we will leave it at this for now. And we would like to ask that we take a 10-minute break. So we would be back at, it's now 11:23 your time. So we should be back here at 11:30. We can come back at 11:30. I would ask, maybe you don't need to log off. You can just switch off your video if it's on and mute yourself, and then just go on for a 10-minute break. Then we'll see each other in the next 10 minutes at 11:30 on the dot. Is that okay for everyone? You can. Okay, great. So see you at 11:30. Thank you so much. And again, thank you so much, Emmy and Anthony.
Thank you, Tim. See you.
See you.
Maggie, were you invited to attend the HIVOS meeting? I can't hear.
Sorry, I was on mute. I haven't checked my emails yet, so probably I'll check.
Oh, they sent me that they're doing this creative workplace. So I'm attending at around 2, from 2 hour time. I hope you will be through.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. I can see there's several Megimoka, so that I can rename you.
I am one of them. This is Florence.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just renaming you. Okay. Okay.
I have to sit in to hear what you guys do. And,
Yes, Amy, how are you guys?
yeah, good. How are you?
We're good, we're good. We thank you for this session. It's so informative. It's only that we just have this high roller coaster emotions. The COVID wave is hitting us hard as a country here.
Oh.
It's rough. Yeah,
Yeah,
everyone affected, our families, all, yeah. And it's raining.
Yeah.
It's raining.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
We've been praying for this COVID to disappear. It's like it's stuck, you know?
I know, no.
Because,
Let's pray harder, guys. Let's pray.
Yeah, we have to. I was telling my friends that only somebody tells me we have to meet or something, I have to make myself available because the next day you don't know.
I don't know whether you'll see him or her. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Yes,
I'm telling you.
It's very devastating, you know.
It is. Yeah, it is. Please be safe, guys. Be safe. We thank you, APHRC. Thank you so much. Huh?
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Jabu. And it's always good to hear your voice as well and to know that you're also safe and taking care.
Thanks, Grace. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maggie. Thank you, everyone. Be safe, okay?
Emma, are you on the call?
Yes, yes. I'm here.
There's a Hyportia, I hope I've said it right. If not, I'm so sorry. Has just made a comment on the chat.
Oh, okay. Where's the chat box? I thought the chat is here.
Do you want me to read it for you? Or even actually, if Hyportia can actually speak, you can just unmute yourself and you can share it if possible. So feel free to unmute.
That is interesting because, you know, I worked, my PhD research was in Kenyatta National Hospital. And one of the groups was the healthcare workers. And I found out there was a lot of stigma. They had internal, like, self-stigma and then the stigma from out. So you'll find even coming into the group, people will come hang around the door to see nobody seeing them, then they come in. Actually, if you are working at as a peer educator, people know that people who are coming in must be HIV positive, or people you talk to, they just associate you like you yourself you are, and then you must be, just like another field, the way, you know, you are researching LGBT, and the people just say you must be. I was told something, if you support them, then you are one of them. I'll never forget that. Somebody told me. So if you support them, you must be one of them. So it becomes problematic, and you also have to, as a researcher, for us, we really observe confidentiality. Even when we use people's statements, we never say so and so, and then you never talk about people's issues to another person unless you are giving presentation where you make sure that you anonymize everything. You don't say so and so told me about this. And if you are in that setting and then you have to talk to people, make sure that what you talk to so and so is different, even if you are not telling the other person. If it is going to help the other person, then you don't say, so I talk to so and so. You always just talk about and give an example of somebody who you give them a pseudo names like, I was in this setup, whatever. So you keep always people's issues to yourself. That's why I always say that I have so many stories of people that you keep and carry. You can only, for us, we can only write. So you cannot. So if you are talking to people, and confidentiality is the key. And you have to make sure that you associate with people, not always people who are positive. You know, people would think if you are a peer educator, you just have to be. And they'll talk so negatively about it. You must be. But that is not the case. So you have to embrace everyone, but you have to be very confidential. You talked about integrity, then you have to be, to observe that integrity, confidentiality is just key, that people cannot associate. I went to another hospital, a private hospital, and this private hospital, I was looking for a support group, and they told me there's one, but that one you'll never see it. You only see comments on the notice board. So if you are researching, just go to the notice board, but you'll never see anyone. Nobody wants to be known by HIV positive, and they didn't even want to be known by the counselor. So the counselor told me, there are people here, but I don't know them. I communicate through the notice board. So that those, especially the middle and upper class, oh my goodness, you'll never know, and you can really offend them, and they really look at you like with all the suspicion. So confidentiality becomes very key, and keeping people's, you only talk about people's issues if you are giving a talk and you anonymize properly.
Hi, sorry. Okay.
I'm hoping the person was there, or I can write.
Yes, the person is there. Yeah, and you can still write as well. So we're moving on to the next session, and I'll hand it over to Grace.
Welcome back, everybody. And I'm glad to see that we are all back. Thank you, Amy and Anthony, for the session. Very interesting. So the next session will actually be like a carryover from the sessions that Anthony and Amy took you through, because Anthony spoke about research, parliamentarian research, and Amy took you through SRHR terminologies. So the session that we're going to have is about crisis communication, content generation for media, and social media engagement. So even as you're doing parliamentarian research and as you're going through SRHR terminologies, how do you use this? How do you work with the media? What happens when there's a crisis? Like what Jabu was saying about that they have to be very careful about what they present to the media and how they present it, because sometimes they can be accused of saying things or writing things that they did not. So how do you deal with that when there's a crisis? And then also in the new age of social media, how do you use social media to use evidence to forward policy, to impact policy? So we'll have 3 sessions. The first one on generating content for media will be taken through by Florence Sipala. And this will introduce the basics of content generation for media. Then Siki Chigongo will take us through crisis communication. How do you acquire practical tools and confidence to develop media content, especially during a crisis? And then Maureen Nkonge will take us through how to use social media to impact policy, especially in parliament. So Florence, over to you. Maybe you can start by introducing yourselves. Maybe the last time we had a media training, I know not everybody who is in the session was there now, so please start with an introduction of yourself. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Grace, for that intro. So as Grace mentioned, I'm going to take you through content generation for media. My name is Florence Ipala. I am a communications manager at APHRC, leading the Synergy unit where we handle research communications across the different research, working with different research teams. So I'll just get straight into the content. I'd just like us to, think about why do you engage with the media? Why would you need to talk to the media? You can put your comments, your input in the chat, or or just also unmute and speak. It would be nice to hear from you. Or do we not need to generate content for the media? Well, okay, so one of the reasons why we would generate content for the media is to be able to raise visibility on an issue. So, for example, if it's talking about putting a spotlight on the issue, for example, what we had from Jabu about the life skills, for example, the fact that CSC issues are incorporated in the curriculum. So, looking at it from the perspective of a life skill, because then it's important for adolescents to know about their sexuality. So then that would be perhaps a reason why you want to talk about it. You might also want to generate conversation on an issue or contribute to a debate. So there could be a debate on an issue. It could be like the vaccine for a vaccine. It could be on. It could be on other on LGBTQ plus issues, the ones that my colleague Emmy has been speaking about. It could be on a number of things. So this is so the thing is, you want to also contribute to a conversation, but it could also be to galvanize support on an issue. So you might have a proposed SRHR bill that you want to ensure that there's support for it. So highlighting information on it so that then people can, when the parliamentarians get to voting, then they might, when it gets to the voting segment of the work, then there will be support for it. But also you might want to write to create space for difficult conversations. So, for example, when Ireland was preparing for the referendum on abortion, there was a lot of op-eds, there were a lot of features of people describing how women would travel across and the dangerous trips to be able to get to access SRHR services in the form of abortion, and also they're talking about also the unsafe abortions. So it's also it's a way of also you can engage in the media to create space for what would be considered a difficult conversation. Yeah. Next slide, please, Maggie. So also we can discuss which channels you can use to engage with the media. So you could work as you engage with the media. You could write op-eds. This would be opinion pieces, by which we are informed by by facts and also evidence. So facts and figures, things like that. But we'll talk about a bit more. Also, you could do features. Either this could be on TV, they could be on print or online, because we are having a lot of where they put all their information on one platform online. So it could be, you could do that through convergence. You could also engage with the media on a podcast. So a lot of media outlets also have podcasts, and you could then have an in-depth conversation on a specific issue, and a specific SR in the case of what we're discussing today, a specific SRHR issue. But also you could do talk shows on broadcast media, so that could be on TV or on radio, again to discuss these issues. So there are those different channels that you could use while engaging the media. But I think also these are the more traditional channels, but also I think I'd like to also highlight that there's the non-traditional channels. You could engage the media on Twitter, on Facebook, and I've seen people starting to engage the media on a platform like Facebook, giving an opinion and having an editor then engage them and say, would you like to write an op-ed on this issue from the issues you've raised here, would like you to develop it into an op-ed. So it's also, or sometimes from Twitter, then you hear someone, you might be approached and asked, can we develop this into something? Or also just noting that what you put out on social media could also be quoted in a media piece. But my colleague Maureen will speak a bit more about social media, so I won't get into it. So let's talk about writing opinion editorials. I just thought we should focus on opinion editorials because they're always a good way of engaging with policymakers, also with passing opinions and engaging with the public. So op-eds can be ghostwritten. So this is when you have someone write on behalf of the person. So you could be writing on behalf of a parliamentarian, you could be writing on behalf of the Speaker of the Parliament, or then you could be writing in your own personal, in your personal capacity. So you could write in different perspectives. But also you have to, when you're writing an op-ed, you need to have a clearly defined point of view. This is because you want to pass a specific message. So you want to be, and also you have very little space within which to put across your message. So op-eds are normally, most outlets would have op-eds of about 750 to 800 words, but then also it depends on what platform you're working with. There are those other, you might be able to put out opinion also on a longer platform, so on a platform that allows longer pieces, but it's always important to check what the platform allows. But rule of thumb for most of them, it's around 750 to 800 words. You need to have a strong voice, so we want to hear the person's perspective. So you shouldn't feel shy to use your voice and get your voice heard. But also you want to ensure that your opinion piece is backed by facts and statistics, so that you can defend the position that you're taking. So we're talking a lot about evidence-informed decision making in this day and age, where we want to inform policy using evidence, and that's why a lot of times people work with researchers. That's why you're getting rapid response on issues, so that you can have the research evidence to back the position. Also, you need to ensure research is also good for it allows you to also get other views. So it helps you see what the opposing views are, what some people will call opposition research, so that it helps you understand what the perspective on the other side is. You'll also be able to get quotes, and observations, and also views from other people. So because then you also, much as it's an opinion piece, you're writing from your perspective, you might want to highlight what some other maybe leaders in the field are saying, and that kind of thing. So an opinion piece should always have a hook. In journalism, we talk of the hook as that thing that grabs the people's attention, the one that will get a reader to pause if they're reading a print newspaper, to pause and look at it, or if they are scrolling through an online review, something that will make them go like, I want to read this more. Or if it's been tweeted, that beginning, that lead that will get you interested in reading much more about it. And this could be it could be numbers, it could be a strong claim, it could be an anecdote, but something that captures people. You could also, sorry, did someone want to say something? Okay, yeah, so you could also you also need to have a strong call to action or a powerful ending. So we talk about, in presentations, we talk about book ending, where you start with a powerful beginning and end with a powerful ending, so that, it's like a book where you can see the beginning, you can see the end, and you can see the connecting thread between the two. So you want to be able to ensure that you have that, so that when someone, the way you grab someone's attention in the beginning, you want to ensure that you get to the end working with a person. So that's something to also consider. I don't know if anyone has written any opinion pieces, or have you read any opinion pieces where you saw that where the hook grabbed your attention, something grabbed your attention, and if you could tell us a bit about what the hook was. You could type it in the chat, or you could also speak up. It would be nice to hear you unmute and hear your voices. Or if you were to write an opinion piece, how would you start? So I'll give an example. I did an opinion piece around the right to food when the pandemic had just started, and we're talking about the fact that the pandemic had, of course, threatened the right to food for many in our country, but also particularly in the informal settlements, where many people depend on casual jobs to make a living and put bread on their table. And so I referenced the film The Sound of Music. I guess some people might be familiar with it, where one of the characters says, "I wonder how grass tastes like." So this was is a young boy who's so hungry, and he's just thinking, maybe I could taste the grass. And so I was just, and that was my opening, talking about wondering how grass tastes like, and then making reference to the fact that there was a woman whose neighbors came to her rescue, and she had started boiling stones to feed her children because she didn't have food when the pandemic had really hit. And I'm so happy to have seen that. I saw another headline about her saying, from cooking stones to a stone house. So I guess the support that she received continued beyond just ensuring that she had food for that day, but also she got support to get permanent housing. Thank you. So we'll move to the next one. So again, I've titled this as sensitive issues. When you're talking about sensitive issues, because a lot of times some of the SRHR issues are considered sensitive, and and we had this conversation with Maggie, with Amy, who was speaking earlier. So the thing to remember is you need to humanize what you're talking about. So for example, if you're talking about abortion, so as Amy highlighted, we at APHRC, we do research on unsafe abortions, and you might want to talk about it from the perspective of maternal near misses, because a lot of unsafe abortions result in maternal near misses, where it's sometimes the women, young girls who have attempted abortion might end up being, getting to a health facility when it's really touch and go. And so that's why we talk about the maternal near misses, or it could lead to maternal deaths. So then that could be a lens through which you could start that conversation about unsafe abortions from the perspective of the impact on maternal health, and also tying it to or you could also or humanizing it one of the things that, again, when we're talking about these kinds of issues, is we remember that, on the SDGs, we are trying to ensure that we are leaving no one behind. So if we don't highlight what is happening in a specific population group, even if they are a minority population group, then we are in an essence leaving behind someone. So you could have that your entry point being the point of you're trying to ensure we are looking to ensure we leave no one behind. So depoliticize it, because sometimes it can be very politicized. So don't get into the polemics of it. Try and find an entry point that is not politicized. Also, you also don't, as I said, don't focus on the polarized extremes of the debate. Focus on your point, because as we said, you are wanting to give the perspective, or a specific perspective. You have the evidence for that perspective, so you use your evidence to highlight the perspective that you want to put across. Let's move to the next one, Maggie. Thanks. So I don't know if there's any questions before we do this. So this year, we are marking 16 days of activism against gender violence, and that tomorrow marks it. Yes, please.
There are no questions so far, Florence, so you can go on. I'll let you know if there are any here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as I was saying, that we are marking 16 days of activism against gender violence, and it started on the campaign normally starts on November 25th and ends on December 10th, which is tomorrow, which is Human Rights Day. So the assignment is to have each one of us just spend a few minutes to think through what kind of hook you would use to speak about, to talk about a specific SRHR issue that you'd want to highlight within the 16 days of activism. And then you tell us how you'd approach the issue in an op-ed. So basically, we just want you to speak about the beginning. And as we do that, as we start thinking through it, I'll request Maggie to play the video that highlights the themes on the 16 days of activism. Thank you. So we're just giving you a few minutes to think through it, and as you start, as you go ahead, you can let us know. You can share your views in the chat. Meg is sharing the video. Thank you. Yeah, so Meg is sharing a video on how to tell a story. It will help us illustrate that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Scott Simon of NPR. There are a few qualities that any story should have, whether you're reporting a war halfway around the world or a couple of feet of snow. Something people can take away from it. Will it snow? Who died? What shoes were they wearing when they got swept away in the rainstorm? What did it look like in the bombing, the thunderstorm, or the children's birthday party? Give people telling, vivid details that they can recall when they tell the story to others. Sometimes just a single phrase will do it. Give them something to repeat to others. Now, beginnings are important. If the beginning doesn't capture somebody's interest, they're going to turn the page or the dial, find something else, or even worse, forget. You can tell a story that has vivid analysis, breathtaking detail, and if nobody's listening, why are you talking? Now, Winston Churchill had a great beginning when he spoke to Parliament just after the fall of France in 1940. He didn't begin by saying, after 6 weeks of combat, we lost X number of planes, X number of tanks, although he got to that. He began by looking straight at them and saying, the news from France is very bad. Now, how could you not pay attention after a beginning like that? A story has to be told in short, breathable sections, no matter how long it is. It can be a 20-second news story, or it can be Don Quixote. I've begun to think of stories as kind of a swim, whether you're heading across an outdoor pool or you're trying to swim the English Channel. The story has to breathe. You have to breathe with it. So does the audience. When you break down a story and tell it in breaths, you create a rhythm. People can go along with a rhythm. Now, we have a couple of points that are specific to audio and video. Avoid dependent clauses. Don't put in some of these mind-numbing, tongue-twisting titles. Don't begin by saying, in response to congressional pressure, the Illinois Democrat President Barack Obama said, no, just begin by saying President Barack Obama. Speak conversationally. For example, you'd never say actor, activist, humanitarian, father of 6, Brad Pitt. By the way, by the time you see this, it might be up to 7 or 8. No, you would say Brad Pitt. If you need to explain who somebody is, do it in the phrase that follows. You'd never say Cambridge scientist and mathematician Stephen Hawking. You'd probably say Stephen Hawking. And if you had to explain who he was, then you'd go, the Cambridge mathematician or scientist. Be conversational. Talk to an audience the way you would talk to somebody across a table. These days there are all kinds of new technologies that are out there, including this one, that will help you not only tell a story, but find stories, communicate with other people, verify stories, and nail them down. My advice, don't be scared of them. Use them to talk to people. Use them.
Okay, it's going to be clear now. Okay.
Is it clearer now?
Sound is lost now.
No, it's because I've I paused the sound. So let me just proceed and play again.
Maybe play from the, because it was very unclear, but I've also shared the link in the chat. So if people want to check it out later, you have a link in the chat.
Okay, so should I start from the beginning?
Yeah, from the beginning, because it's a short one, from the beginning.
Hi, I'm Scott Simon of NPR. There are a few qualities that any story should have, whether you're reporting a war halfway around the world or a couple of feet of snow in Green Bay. I've done a little of both. A story ought to have a point. I don't need a lesson or a moral.
It's still unclear. I think let's just stop it. Sorry about that technical challenges with the sound. So it's a bit inaudible, but I've shared the link in the chat, so kindly request that you have a look at it. It's a brief video that kind of summarizes what you need to ensure you've got when you're telling a story. So, Mickey, I think you can stop sharing. So I'm just going to request them if anyone wants to share what kind of the kind of hook they'd like to share. They'd like to use to talk about an SRHR issue. If none, I guess that's it. Kurasha, may I ask you to share something, how you would talk about an SRHR issue?
Florence.
Yes.
You are putting me on the spot.
You always have good ideas.
I always have good ideas.
Yeah.
Today is midweek, so the mind is somewhere in the middle. In feature stories, I mean, let me say, in feature stories, you are bringing out the human side. Feature stories are a bit laid back as opposed to your news. So you in other words, you are bringing the story closer to the people's hearts, the things that people can easily overlook. So, for instance, you can profile. You mentioned the issue of 16 days of activism. I would start with an anecdote. For instance, imagine a situation where you are locked in a national park where lions are roaring, and there is no way to escape. And in this way, you depict, for instance, the way in which victims of gender-based violence were locked up together with perpetrators during COVID lockdown, and therefore were not able to be able to escape and to report. So feature story is where you bring you called it humanizing it, where you bring the human side to a story, because often what happens is that sometimes it's lost in statistics. So if people say,
Lawrence, I think you just continue because the computer has hung. So I think just go on, and because you've sent the link in the chat, I hope everybody has been able to watch it.
Sorry, Grace.
Yeah, we were going with that. We were having a conversation about the different hooks. So Kurasha was sharing one.
Thank you. I was on mute.
No, we can hear you, Grace.
Oh, you can. Okay, I thought I was on mute.
Yes.
Okay,
So
thank you.
we actually started continuing. So Kurasha was sharing his how he'd give a hook, the kind of how we'd get into an entry point and a feature story. So please go ahead, Kurasha.
Thanks very much. So I'm reminded, for instance, of a story told by the former president of Botswana, Festus Mogae, when he was demonstrating the power of putting a face to a story, which is in essence your feature stories. He said when he went around the country to meet with the villagers, there was a villager who took to the podium and said, "Mr. President, I lost 50% of my head of cattle due to drought." And you can imagine how moving that ought to have been, an old man narrating the story of his loss. And then he says, I sent my people to go and establish the extent of the loss so that we could see how we could compensate. Then they discover that the old man had 2 cows before the drought and he had lost 1. And so it's true that he had lost 50% of his cows. But the impression that sometimes is created by the figures as opposed to, and statistics, as opposed to putting the human face to the story, it creates a totally different impression. So if you profile a young boy who must now be a head of a family, child-headed family, because the mother has been a victim of gender-based violence, for instance, and you started by telling the story of the typical day in the life of this boy, the impression that it would give, and it's this ability of that story to sway even opinion differs completely than if you were just hearing on a news story that there's a boy who is a child headed, who is heading a family because the mother has died. So, I mean, on a Wednesday, Florence, I think I've attempted.
You've done more than attempt, Kurasha. Thank you very much. And
Awesome.
You've given a number of examples. So I guess many people can relate to this. I'm hoping we can hear from one more person, 1 or 2 people. I really like the example that you give about a day in the life of a child who's head in a household, because then you can see how the person has to, you'd be able to tell us how they have to look for food. They might have to they might not be able to go to school, or they might be battling to manage their school get into school, but also taking care of themselves and their siblings. So it helps also create get people to empathize with the situation you're discussing. Could we have someone else give us an example? Agnes, may I ask, maybe Agnes, as my colleague Siki is preparing to go to the next session, I'm asking, can we hear from one more person? And I'm also hoping that we could hear from either from the Francophone or Lusophone speakers, examples from your settings. You're also welcome to put your idea in the chat if you prefer to write it as opposed to sharing it in spoken. Okay, I'm hoping that maybe as the session continues, as we go along to the next people. Yes, Maureen, go ahead.
Project for Siki. Thank you. If you can.
Okay, let me try. Thanks, and thank you. Thank you for your participation and listening. I'm going to now. Thank you, Florence. I think your internet has also gone down because now we can't hear you. But I think you've said you're projecting the slides so that Siki can take us through the next session. Siki, are you ready? I'll request you to introduce yourself. Although there's a session that you had covered the last time we had the last training on communications and media, but please go ahead and introduce yourself. And thank you, Florence. Over to you, Siki. Welcome.
Thank you, Grace. And also thank you, Florence, for what was a very interesting session. So for those who haven't met me before, my name is Siki Chigongo, and I am the communications manager at APHRC, where I head the visibility unit. So today, thank you again for joining, and I will be taking you through the session on crisis communications, because as we all know, we do need some practice in that area. The media is a bit hard to handle, as Florence covered. So crises are never too far, especially as parliamentarians. And I'm sure we've all had experiences that we probably don't want to re-experience. So this session will basically guide us or guide you as best as possible into how to handle certain situations, how to preempt, and how to react accordingly. So my colleague Florence will be projecting once she gets back online. I think there are a few technical issues, but she'll be jumping on shortly. But I would like to encourage you, if there are any questions you have during my presentation, please do drop them in the chat or on mute. As we've all said, we would like to keep these as interactive as possible. Flo, any luck on your end with the slides?
No, because I don't have admin rights, so I can't project as a participant. I don't know. Maybe Ronald, if you could please, you can make me the co-host, and then I can project the slides. This is great. Are you able to see me?
Ronald, if you can hear me, please make me the co-host so that I can project the slides. Okay. Are you able to share? You can project.
So I can't project. Still needs to allow me to project.
Can you see the screen?
Able to see
Can you
it.
see the screen?
Yes, Grace, I can.
Okay.
Thank you. So yes, as we get started, basically there are 4 stages that will lead to a crisis. The first being an issue, which is more or less a topic of discussion or a matter in dispute or a sensitive subject within an organization, an industry, or society. From an issue, it therefore escalates to an accident, which is unexpected, undesirable, and it only results in damage or injury. The third stage is an emergency, so such as a serious situation or an unexpected occurrence that demands immediate action and communication. And then when you get to a crisis, which is a critical or decisive point at which you respond to an issue, accident, or emergency, and it therefore threatens the reputation or future standing of an individual, an organization, or anybody. You never know when a crisis is going to hit. Hence, it's always better to be prepared for it. And when we speak of crisis communications, we always have to be aware of the fact that we are vulnerable to crises. So how do we plan in advance and make sure that we're not like ostriches burying our heads in the sand and hoping our problems simply just go away? Next slide, Grace. So essentially, why does it matter? Crisis communications as a basis is used to inform the public about an issue or an emergency. It's basically a platform to review the government's responses. It directs the public to sources of assistance and recommends protective actions. So what formulates a crisis is the framing process. And I say framing in terms of the sense, how do you tell your story? How are you heard? So the use of frames is intended, especially in a political sense, to mobilize constituents and populations. So they also have the ability, if used wrongly, to demobilize. And if they're not aligned to a crisis, then that's when you get into problems. This is how reputations are made or broken. So we never want to have long-term damage to an organization simply because of a lack of proactiveness. So what we need to do, especially in crises, is to fill the news hole. Because if you don't, someone else will. You always have to get in front of a story, especially if it's in the media, because perception is reality. If you don't like it, then you have to change it. Next slide, Grace. So how is sorry, I think there's a slide missing, but what the damage is caused by a crisis is if you don't prepare, you will incur more damage. In the absence of adequate internal and external communications, you have run the risk of operational responses breaking down, stakeholders losing interest, looking inept and at best negligent, and the impact financially and reputationally, bottom line, tends to be very severe. So the failure to effectively engage the media allows others to control an issue which you can have communicated about or have neglected to do so. So it's a failure to demonstrate control, concern, and credibility. And then therefore, in extreme situations, you then need a legal response, which is hopefully what we are trying to avoid. Next slide, please. So how do you plan for a crisis? I decided to break this down into what I consider 6 key stages. One is crisis anticipation. So prevention is always better than cure. So do you have currently within your organizations and where you work a crisis communications team who analyze the various kinds of things that are going on and functioning within your organizations? Because if you can sort out a minor issue, it saves you from having a major problem later on. The second step is to identify your crisis communications team. This is probably among the operations plan, whether that means getting senior members of your teams together, heads of various divisions, and discuss it. I'm not sure how many of you, and perhaps I would love to hear from you at this stage, do have crisis communications teams in place. Does anyone currently have that? If I could just randomly pick from the list of participants, since this is such a big group today. Arniela, do you have a crisis communications team it is at the moment? Or Kurasha?
Hi.
Hi, Kurasha, how are you?
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yes, we do. But what I wanted to point out is that probably for the researchers, and they can answer for themselves, the communication is handled elsewhere within the institution, and they probably belong to departments where that communication is handled. I mean, where that communication is not handled. They probably could contribute to content, if at all, but the departments within the institution which would be tasked with dealing at least directly with crisis communication, just like with any other corporate communication. So it's a matter of how do they relate with that, and to what extent do they fit in, what is the structure and process where they could fit in. But the framing is very important because it also helps even in preparing content where you are able to be preemptive about certain issues. Often what you realize is that sometimes things that spill over in the house in terms of controversy, they are so because they have not been preempted in terms of information that is being provided. Let's say a member is giving a motion in the house, and this motion is not adequately prepared to preempt the critical issues. It could be a crisis with a small c, in that what that motion triggers is not what you may wish for, because the critical information hasn't been provided by the member moving that motion. And so from a researcher's perspective, it is very important for them to anticipate what could be those potentially controversial questions that could arise. And the easiest way is to preempt them by adequately framing and providing sufficient information when you are preparing the heads of your arguments around the rationale for any motion.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And also, I'm so glad you spoke on it, because the third step I was going to talk about was the selection and training of spokespersons. I wonder how many of us here are spokespersons. And have we been trained adequately enough?
Is it still on Crusher? Oh, I can come in.
Please do.
Go ahead, Yoga.
Okay. I wanted to say, for us, in my case, we are not allowed to address media. We're not allowed to talk to media. So even you do an activity, even you are the project coordinator like myself, I organize a workshop, I invite MPs and partners and so on and so forth. We do whatever we do, or another innovative thing, and the media wants to cover the issue. You are only allowed to invite them to cover. We have a department which is public relations that does the invitations and management of media. But if it is involving MPs and everything, there are people that are assigned to speak. Like a committee is the chairperson, is the one who is allowed to speak to media or to give a media briefing, or anybody or any MP assigned by the chairperson to speak on behalf of the committee. So you have those controls. So we are not trained to be spokespersons. We are not expected to be spokespersons. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I think we'll move on to some real life examples. So how is a crisis best handled? I'll give you an example. I'm not sure many of you remember, but there was a crisis with the company that is called Tylenol. And the scandal was that 7 people who had taken this painkiller ended up dying from from poisoning due to bottle tampering. And Johnson & Johnson immediately ran advertisements to alert customers not to take their products. They stopped production and ordered a national withdrawal. This is considered one of the best examples of how a crisis is best handled. There was honesty, there was clarity, and they gathered all the facts and developed response options. So within our own context here in Africa, and especially in the political sense, we can all think of examples. I'll give you one, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you think it went. The first being Jacob Zuma, the world leader who thought a shower prevented HIV. What were your thoughts on that, and how do you feel that crisis was handled? If anyone wants to come in, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Just before people contribute, Ronald, if you could please also give Siki or Maureen hosting rights, and also allow Grace back into the room. Her internet connection had dropped her. Thanks.
Thank you, Flo. So does anyone have any thoughts on Jacob Zuma, the former president who was arraigned for rape in December 2005, I believe? And perhaps, how do you think his comments about HIV impacted the country at large? And how do you think the situation was handled? No comments from anyone? Do you feel that perhaps it was of no impact at all?
Siki, may I suggest that you call on people?
Okay, I didn't want to put anyone specifically on the spot.
No, so that it becomes more interactive. I'm sure we have people from South Africa who can answer that question. Just call on someone. The names are there.
Shawapiwa? Or perhaps Geraldina?
Consegue ouvir-me agora? Sim, sim. Boa tarde, uma vez mais. Eu chamo-me Geraldina, do Parlamento de Moçambique. É uma oportunidade muito boa para nós estarmos a poder partilhar estas experiências e dizer que Moçambique, o Parlamento moçambicano não está alheio a isto. O Parlamento moçambicano tem trabalhado através dos gabinetes do HIV-Sida e através do gabinete da mulher e a juventude parlamentar. É uma experiência muito boa para nós, estamos a acompanhar o treinamento, os conteúdos que estão aqui a ser trazidos para nós são uma mais-valia. Eu quis intervir inicialmente quando esteve-se a falar sobre o papel de investigação, como é que nós poderíamos falar sobre o comportamento dos deputados e funcionários parlamentares com relação ao respeito de um pelo outro, mas infelizmente fiquei ultrapassada, acabei deixando ficar a minha mensagem. Mas eu agradeço por isto, estou atenta e gostaríamos que estas formações não parassem e fosse uma oportunidade para que, a nível da região da SADC, pudéssemos escolher sensibilidades e partilharmos experiências diferentes de cada um. Muito obrigada por isso.
Thank you so much, Geraldina. I'll move on to a second example. Again, there's a video I had wanted to play, but I think we can't do so. But I would love to know, are there specific examples from your countries that you can say this was a crisis in a public or political forum, and you can say how it was resolved? Does anyone have any examples?
Siki, I can suggest you ask Ifoma. Ifoma, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You're usually very talkative.
Okay. Well, I don't have an example that is coming to mind, but as she's sharing, there are certain ideas that are running in my head, and I'm trying to look at the structure of parliament, and because there's the position of parliament and there's the position of the political party that the member of parliament is coming from, especially in our context. The position of the party is very pronounced, and sometimes depending on what a member of parliament says, especially related to the media, I think relating to what Chuma was saying, us the staff do not have any authority to speak to media. Maybe there are a few selected, in most cases actually it's the clerk or the assigned person, the parliamentary liaison person, to actually make pronouncements related to that. And in most cases, the announcements that they will make relate to the administration of parliament, the operations of parliament, procedure of parliament. When it comes to the issues, be it legislative oversight or anything related to that, which may relate to the issues that such issues are mainly dealt with by members of parliament, because then it becomes, it's more of what their function is. So I feel the position of the party, depending on I can't really cite an example, but I want to think if a member of parliament says something that is completely raising a yellow or red card, it would be very much dependent on the party system, the whip systems themselves to bring out, to control the situation. Is it for us, we have the whip who would maybe make a position, the leader of opposition, if it's from the opposition side, so the parliamentary leadership may handle those issues and either disassociate themselves, or it may be the political party itself. So I'm just mixed. I'm trying to understand. I appreciate the presentation, but I'm trying to put it in our context, and I think that's how it would flow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ifoma. No, definitely, I understand it. I always go back to the 3 C's of crisis communication. So whether it's you as an individual or, as you said, the party at large, I think what is coming through is there needs to always be control of the situation. There has to be a showing of competence to show you were working on the concern. And then the third is obviously also concern. So we care, here's how we can help. Because once you show care and concern, you build credibility. And whether that is you as an individual or at a wider frame of who is representing you, those are actually the fundamentals. So some starting points for good responses include our primary concern at this point is such and such. At the moment, our focus is such and such. And the last one, the most important thing is this and that. So I think it's always crucial to remember our audiences, identify and determine their need for information, our messaging. So to move from reacting to an incident to managing a strategy to overcome it. And we need to aim to ensure our message is consistent. And obviously action, because that's what is needed in a crisis. So I have a quick exercise that I want us to go through before this session is concluded. And again, Grace, can you project? Are you able to project the exercise?
Ronald, you'd have to give me the co-host rights to be able to project.
But I'll just even just run it through it whilst we try to figure out how to project. So the exercise is, and in line with Flo's exercise as well, around the 16 days of activism. Basically, a representative from your parliament tweeted the following message that is gaining momentum online. And the message reads, "Our priority is stalling the spread of the virus. If a lockdown results in a woman getting upset, that cannot be what makes us open up the country. We must remain focused on the bigger picture and deal with repercussions later." So I had 3 questions following that tweet. 1, do you believe this is an issue or a crisis? 2, what will your action steps be in handling this said issue? And the 3 is, what are your key messages in addressing the situation? So again, the tweet would be from someone, a representative from your parliament has tweeted, "Our priority is stalling the spread of the virus. If a lockdown results in a woman getting upset, that cannot be what makes us open up as a country. We must remain focused on the bigger picture and deal with repercussions later." How would you go about that? And again, it's also being posted in the chat by Grace. Any feedback would be appreciated. How would you, well, 1, do you believe this is an issue or a crisis, the message itself? And again, I'm going to call. Hello? Is someone speaking?
I'm trying to figure out where my video is. Thank you so much for that question. I think my name is Shakira from Botswana Parliament. And I also have on the call my PR manager. I think one of the things you asked 2 questions. What would be is that statement a problem? I would say yes. Maybe from a human rights perspective, and also from maybe looking at our country priorities, I would say yes, it is a problem. But in terms of responding as a researcher, I think for me that would not be something I would be looking at doing, looking at the fact that we do have our public relations guidelines on how we respond to statements that are made by members of parliament. I think I'm just going to invite my PR person, Cyril, to maybe see how she would, how her office would be able to deal with such an issue if need be that they respond. I don't know if that's okay.
Okay, that would be great. Is she on the call?
Yes, she is. I think the PR team is.
I'd love to hear from the PR team. Any thoughts?
Cyril, it's over to you.
as we wait for the PR team to perhaps come on, is there anyone else who has any thoughts as to how they would handle this issue? Modise, do you have any thoughts or comments? Chuma, I see your hand is raised. Please feel free to unmute.
Okay. Thank you for recognizing me. Well, I'm trying to punch around so that I get the video on, drop my hand. Right. There we go. So my first reaction will be, am I clear? I can't see myself. So
Yes, no, we're able to see you and hear you clearly.
oh, all right. Brilliant. I hope the camera is in position. Okay. So the first reaction will be like, what a blunder, what a blunder. But I wanted to find out, you said you used the word representative from my parliament. What did you mean by representative? Are you saying is there somebody who is supposed to be addressing the media or the spokesperson, or you just saying somebody from parliament, like an MP or something?
I meant it broadly as an MP, not someone who is trained to speak, but someone who has gone ahead to tweet from a personal account, but simply, yeah, a personal sentiment.
Right. So I'll quickly pick the crisis, and then the crisis here will be around gender, and I'll begin to imagine the backlash that will come from the women organizations and stuff like that. And I'll recognize the gravity of the matter to say, well, especially issues of gender equality and so on and so forth. Those ones you can't get away with, and those ones they will demand a corrective measure. It's a serious matter. It need to be picked, and there will be a lot of backlash from that kind of like tweet. So you'd want to dissociate the institution from such an utterance or such a tweet. So you'd want to bring it to the clerk.
Wait, Chuma, I believe you've muted yourself. Okay, now you can hear you.
Parliament, right? Yeah, you'd want your parliament to write a formal response, basically to dissociate, to say this is an individual member's opinion. Sorry, somebody. I think if I was dropping, I was trying to call and I'm cutting quickly. Some organization trying to call. So basically, you would want the institution to distance itself from the MP, but to clarify, to say as an institution, it's not the position of parliament. And then the parliament mentions what they think about the scenario. So that's how I would feel it should be corrected. A formal response to the media. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuma. I think that relates very well to what I'd mentioned earlier about messaging and how you react to an incident and how we ensure consistency, we prescript, and we have approval from the relevant parties to issue such statements. So I think you've taken us through that very well and very clearly. And I don't know if anyone has anything else to add. We're getting to the tail end of my session. But as I said, it becomes the 3 C's of crisis communications: control, competence, and concern, because then that's the only way you can build credibility. Thank you so much for this session. And I'll be handing over to my colleague, Maureen, shortly, who will be taking us through social media use. But if there are any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat section where I'll be happy to respond. Maureen, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, Siki.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Maureen Konge. I'm a communications officer at APHRC. I have met some of you in a previous session, but I'm happy to meet some more. I'm happy that we are meeting yet again for another session. This time around, we are talking about parliaments and social media. And please, if you can't hear me at some point, please make sure to let me know. I'll fix that. All right, next slide, please, Grace. So I was reading through previous engagements that we've seen between social media and parliament, the interaction of it, and I came across a report by the Interparliamentary Union, and this was one of the quotes I pulled from that report, that the public's relationship to their parliament has changed, where traditionally the work of parliament might have been reported through media commentary. Today, members are tweeting and posting comments to social networks from the chamber and committee rooms as events unfold. I'm very sure so many of you have seen this happen. Members of parliament, speakers, people just directly communicating things as they happen or as they unfold in parliament. Next slide, Chris. Okay, so one might still ask, why social media for parliament? And in this case, of course, there's the obvious, like to inform or stay informed on emerging conversations related to your work. I've had a few times it mentioned here that we have researchers here. So I just wonder how the researchers here make sure that whatever they're working on gets out through whichever channel that they feel most comfortable with, or how they get to listen in on ongoing public conversations related to their work. The second, of course, is to amplify messages from other media platforms for a wider reach. Going back to my quote, of course, you notice that nowadays parliaments don't just rely on the state channels. I'm not sure if this is relatable to all of you, but back in the day before our media in Kenya became a bit liberated, we had, it's still there, the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. All state-related communication, parliament-related communication. Actually, to date, parliament proceedings are designated to that specific television channel. And then all these other channels around it would have to source, say, for footage from that channel to broadcast on their own. But that is not the case anymore. I'm sure this has changed significantly because of social media. Nowadays, I'll say, for example, the official social media channels for different parliaments, they will put out, they will send out a press release. It's on their website or it's in the news, but it will also immediately be posted on Twitter or on Facebook. Same thing we've seen with things like communication on COVID-19, say guidelines and such like things or announcements. Fine, there are presses that are being done for the mainstream media, but instantly you also get to get that information on social media as well. And the third point is direct engagement with the public in real time. We have to agree that most of us nowadays get their news on social media fast. I mean, before it's 7 o'clock or before it's 9 o'clock or before it's prime time news time, you will have probably come across several pieces of information, breaking news for the day. So I might dare to say that at the end of the day, when you're in the house and you're watching the news, it's like a summary of everything you've had, or say, for instance, more objective reporting on different issues, or rather detailed. Next slide. Grace. And so recognizing that not everyone here is in PR or communications. I've had researchers mentioned. I've had Tawapiwa mentioned that she's here with her PR officers, if I'm not wrong. I've also had a few instances of, I've also had someone else say that usually people don't just go and speak to the media without that being their designated role. So I had some few questions, and maybe because of time, Maggie, will you be able to do this on Menti? All right. I'm not sure if Grace or Maggie can hear me, but we can make this easier and actually respond to this on chat. Just pick a question, and as you respond, you can state your country.
Maureen, sorry, we're not able to do the Menti because we're having issues with the internet. Sorry about that.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So let's do this on chat. I think it's even more fun that way, and it's quicker. Pick a question here and just help me understand how your different, the parliaments that you represent or the parliaments that you work in, how exactly is the nature of engagement between the parliament and social media? Do you have an official way of doing it? One example would be the PR officers who handle communication. So I would assume that social media is handled by the PR department. Those are some of the things I'm looking to understand. Or it could also be that you do not actually engage on social media at all for various reasons, understandably. So please head on to the chat and reply. As you reply, make sure you please mention your country name and then your response, and then country name at the end. Kurasha? Euphoma, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the chat. Yes, please. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Yes, I have some questions here. I need some responses in the chat box for me to understand better. Thank you, Euphoma. She says Zambian Parliament is on Facebook. Sorry, Kurasha, go ahead.
No, I was saying I was also looking forward to seeing the responses from the researchers or colleagues from Parliament. I will write about SADC.
All right, so Zambia has a Facebook page and a PR department. That's Ifoma. Thank you very much. From Botswana, PR handles are official. The Facebook account, they do daily updates, e.g. order paper, articles, etc. Great. We will actually come to that on the most popular content that we see on the official social media channels. Chuma says Zimbabwe Facebook. And when you say this, when you talk about these PR handles, are they the PR handles under the under the parliament? For instance, I'll give you an example. In Kenya, we have National Assembly of Kenya as a Twitter handle. So is that what we are talking about? Madagascar as well on Facebook. SADC PF as a Twitter handle. Yes, I know. I have seen it actually. Okay, one more, then we can proceed. Grace, is there a way we can translate the chats from our other colleagues who are not Anglophone?
Yes,
so that we also include their feedback.
Yes,
Please.
the interpreters could please, if they could please interpret for us. Maybe they can even read them out.
Yes, please.
Our interpreters, if you could please read out the chats. Moses, Sebastio.
Okay,
Claudio.
thank you.
Okay.
All right, perfect then. Thank you very much for your responses. And I see a note here that we are actually streaming this on the SADC BF YouTube channel, which is really great. Next slide, Grace. Grace, next slide, please. All right, so feeding from the responses you just shared, I went on Twitter and tried to look for some national assemblies that are active there. And I see there's Parliament of Malawi, and there's also the Parliament of Namibia. And on the first frame where you see Parliament of Malawi retweeted Plan International, it looks like this was a conversation on encouraging women parliamentarians to put adolescent girls and young women conversations in their agenda, working towards reducing early pregnancies. And from this, I gather that the Parliament of Malawi and Plan International Malawi have most likely worked together at some point. On the other one, we see the Parliament of Namibia talking about an advocate who notes that oversight is a critical function of Parliament to hold government to account. She's urging the youth to continuously engage legislators on different issues, including COVID-19, unemployment, GBV, SRHR, among others. All right. Please tell me, are these examples relevant? Do they come anywhere close to how, for instance, your PR handles would is the content here relatable to what would be shared on your PR handles for the different parliaments? You can reply in the chat by saying yes, no, or maybe also comment. So, like as it was mentioned by someone else here, an example of order papers was given as the type of content that is seen on social media. So yeah, commonly seen parliamentary proceedings, announcements like press releases, and of course, there's also the reporting of public engagements or events that have happened offline. So you speak about it, like for instance, the Speaker of XYZ National Parliament would probably post from his official handle as a representative of the Parliament and say, today I met with the Ministry of Women and Gender Affairs to discuss GBV for the 16 days of activism, something of the sort. Next slide, please. All right, so we've seen, I have seen a few responses mentioning that there's a PR unit that handles matters communication, in this case, that is media and social media and other communication related to the parliament. So bear with me, as I think this would most relate to say the PR teams, assuming they're the ones running these platforms. And again, I will say that the objective here was to speak on social media use at the institutional level meaning at the parliamentary level, in this case, implying that Parliament is the institution. So how can you use social media more effectively? So you see the illustration on the screen, and we talk about social media not existing in a vacuum. It has to be in line with existing communication or organizational strategies. So fine, for instance, say that your PR department decided to be more deliberate about engaging on social media or having a more strategic approach to it. There are certain things that have to be considered first. In this case, I am sure there are parliamentary protocols on how communication is to be done, so that you don't just come out of the blues and start putting out communication on behalf of the parliament when really that is not the way to go about it. And then, of course, there are other organizational strategies in place around this, or communication strategies in place. It could be how, for instance, you engage with the media, right? With the mainstream media. And now in this case, you add the social media element. So you see, the social media engagement or the social media strategy needs to be in line with these other two elements, because at the end of the day, you have one organizational goal or one institutional goal. And the second thing is, it's always easier to have a strategy. When you speak of a strategy, it doesn't have to be anything complicated. You just need to know, to probably ask yourself, so why are we engaging on social media? Is it for formality, or are we actually working towards positioning our parliament as a source of critical information to the public? Are we seeking to build that level of trust that the public can always refer to us or engage with us more directly? And then you also need to know who is your audience. In this case, I would say, I know often we say that there's there's no such thing as the general public, but in this case, I would say that for parliaments, you want to directly speak to the public. These are like citizens, because the parliament is one of the arms, of government, right? The National Assembly, alongside, at least in Kenya, that is how we refer to it as. And then you also need to have your key messages. I mean, what kind of information are you looking to push through your channels? Do you always want to post images or screenshots of press releases? Do you want to only share or stream your parliamentary proceedings? Or do you want to go beyond that? And in this case, I would look at, say, when we talk about evidence emerging from some of the work some of the research work that has been conducted, and this is information that is accessible to the team here. I would think that some of this information, some of these key research findings would make very, very worthy items of messaging away from the usual. So, and then of course, we also, to make it more effective, you need to amplify. What do I mean by amplify? For instance, Chuma, you will probably write an editorial piece or an opinion piece talking about, for instance, let's say it's for 16 days of activism, right? And so it's been printed in the papers. I would like to let you know that there's still an opportunity for you to talk about the same thing on broadcast media, and for you to also talk about the same thing on social media. So what I would also like to know here is if this would be practical to your teams, because then you already said that you have official channels through which communication happens, and you have communication departments in charge of wider communications. Would you see such a scenario unfolding, that the PR department, for instance, worked with worked with person X to write an article on 16 days of activism, and then also arrange for an interview on a radio show or on a TV channel to speak about the same, and further lift this information and share it on social media. Would that work for the teams? Please let me know in the chat. I see a comment here from Kurasha. The lady on the Parliament of Namibia Twitter is Guinness. I hope I'm getting that correct. Oh, yeah, Namibian lawyer and special advisor on. Thank you for that, Kurasha. All right, next slide, please. Next slide, please, Grace. I think, did we lose Grace?
I'm here. Can you hear me? I've moved to the next slide. I think there's a lag on our internet. Can you see it? Okay.
Yes, I can see it now.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. And so here we talk about some easy, or rather some best practices for institutional social media use. And here I'll also share with you some easy tools that you can rely on to give you more structured planning. Thank you, Chuma, for your comment. He says you think it would work as it widens the reach. Thank you. So point number one here, of course, there's the planning ahead. I have learned that with social media, to objectively use it, you simply cannot just get up and decide to share whatever thought of the day comes in, or whatever thing that might happen during the day. Of course, we need the spontaneity for things as they happen. You need to be able to tap into that, but it also helps a lot to plan ahead, because it gives you a bigger picture of what's coming. So for instance, here we talk about, in our case, mapping out important SRHR days and campaigns you want to take part in. So an example of that campaign would have been the 16 days of activism, right? Another one probably could be, which one else? An example, please. International Day of the Girl Child. Yeah, just to mention a few examples, I'm sure you're familiar with some of these international days. And then develop a social media plan. That's a sample. Grace, I'm not sure if we are able to click on that so that we can view what I'm referencing. Yes, the Google Doc. Is it possible? Thank you. Thank you, Geraldina. You say social networks give rise to new daily changes in dynamic citizen journalism. Yes, actually, social media has played a very critical role when it comes to citizen journalism. Thank you very much. Grace, has it opened?
Maureen, are you able to paste it in the chat? Then I can see it, the link, the actual link.
The actual link, okay. Let me pull it from the presentation. 1 second. All right, so here's the social media plan. This is just a sample for a campaign I did. I think that was in 2018. It was for an initiative called Adolescent Girls Initiative Kenya. Just talking about approaches needed to make education access to education easier for girls in arid and semi-arid areas. Let me share the planning template as well.
Are you able to see that?
Please let me know if you're able to click on it.
Maureen, are you able to see that?
To see what?
To see my screen.
Yes, I'm seeing your screen on the slide.
Can you see? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
All right. Okay.
All right. As we give Grace some time.
And now, can you see that?
Okay, so you need to click on next. It needs you to verify that that's your account, your email account. Has anyone been able to click on the social media plan in the chat?
And now, can you see it?
Perfect. Yes.
No.
Thank you. So yes, so this was for a midline dissemination event that we had alongside other partners who worked on the research. And yeah, so of course, you outline the introduction, the objective, why you're coming up with this plan. Of course, in this case, it was to create awareness and steer conversation on the key findings of the Adolescent Girls Initiative Kenya study. And our platform of choice here was on Twitter. So it's always important to map out people who are people or institutions who are critical to your conversation, whichever you choose. Often on SRHR matters, you find people like UNFPA, are partners to many institutions, Plan International, just to mention a few. So in this case, we mapped out handles for both institutions and personal people who are involved, and personal accounts who are involved in this study. Also, an important part of your campaign always is a hashtag, of course. Move along, Grace. Thank you.
Shall I go back to the presentation?
No, scroll on the Google Doc. Yes. So here you see pause, Chris, where we have the policymakers.
Okay.
Yes. So here you see we identified policymakers we wanted to engage in this conversation. And some of these policymakers, of course, actually not some, all of them had a direct link to whatever we were working on. So for instance, we had one of these parliamentarians was very vocal on education matters. Actually, two of them, Ken Ouko and Janet Ouko. We also see the Wajir County government involved because the study was also happening in that particular area. Go to the key messages, Grace. So an important part to note here is to make it work better, you need to have your key messages that you're trying to push, which is what you outline. So you have your key messages, and then from that, you suggested, say, it could be your suggested tweet or your suggested Facebook. Essentially, what I'm sharing with you could also be called a toolkit when you're running a big campaign. So imagine your different parliaments are part of different campaigns ongoing on 16 days of activism, you will probably, one of the partners will probably share a toolkit that all of you have contributed to with messages and suggested posts to make it easier for you to quickly drive the conversation on social media. Grace, let's scroll. Yes, and in that case, when you have your suggested posts, of course, social media is very visual. I'm sure you've noticed when you just paste text, people hardly pay attention. People pay attention to images, to videos, and when you say videos, these are short videos, less than 2 minutes, long videos to capture the attention of the audience. Again, remember, every other time, millions, thousands, if not millions, of posts are on social media. So if you really want good engagement, then you have to really be there. You have to be invested visually. All right, Chris, we can go back to the presentation. The presentations will be shared with you, so you will sure find these resources in the slides. And then, so when we talk about the planning template, that's more or less the skeleton of the social media plan. Okay, so another good practice we just spoke about is to diversify your content, make it very visual. I saw someone here mention that they have someone in charge of media relations that is in the Parliament of RSA, which is very good because those are the teams that can work on giving you more diversified content for the official platforms. Yeah, and then you also need to be very consistent in your engagement, in your posting, so that you do not show up today and then next time we see you it's after a month, and in between so much has happened. The one requirement of social media, unfortunately, is to actively engage and actively stay consistent. That way you can also very easily keep tabs on what is going on in your area of work, and you know what to directly engage with, what to respond to, or what to add your voice as an institution to. Next slide, Chris. Yeah, we've just spoken about paying attention and following and engaging in emerging conversations, and also engaging and doing so in good time. And an example here is there are many opportunities to engage for, say, a spokesperson. For instance, I've had spokespersons get mentioned here a few times. That can be one avenue of engagement on behalf of the institution. In Kenya, the Director General of Health, the Acting Director General for Health, has been running a chat. It's called #AskTheDG chat. I think it started when COVID came in. And in this chat, which is hosted every Wednesday, people pose their questions to him and he responds in real time, which is really good to make some of these public figures or government figures accessible. All right. And then, of course, you also need to look into what is working for you and what is not working for you. When we say audit, it's nothing complicated. When you check monitoring tools, such as, for instance, the ones that are inbuilt on Facebook or Twitter, the Facebook analytics of Twitter analytics, you can check and see, they will always tell you which one of your posts was very highly engaged with, and that will probably tell you why. Sometimes it could be because of something big that has happened, which is likely not to be frequent. Other times it could be just because of the choice of, it could be because of how you chose to put your content together. you put your content together as more engaging, and so people felt more obliged to engage with you as well. Next slide, Chris. So here, I thought about some of the opportunities that your different teams in public relations or communications might have for social media campaigns. We already spoke about International SRHR Days, report launches and sharing of findings, especially for our research teams here. Reports and findings can be shared in a digestible manner on Twitter. We are not saying you copy paste the technical language on social media, because that is also another rule. Just like we say, for every other media, your messaging needs to be your messaging needs to be away from the jargon and from all other technicalities. It needs to be very easy to understand, very, very precise. You also have the opportunity to share relevant material from line ministries or departments such as the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education. In this case, because both ministries relate directly to SRHR matters, you also have the opportunity to engage in real-time responses to emerging SRHR issues. For instance, we've heard a lot about sexual and gender-based violence during COVID-19. And then you also have the opportunity to use content or to curate content from agencies such as WHO. In this case, we can say WHO Africa, or UNICEF or UNFPA, depending on which agency speaks to your work and helps you present the government's position the best, or the parliament's position best, so to say. Next slide, Chris. And lastly, we had this exercise for you to probably help gauge your knowledge. Grace, I'm not sure if we should share this as a takeaway for people to perhaps respond to on email and send over. I'm not sure how you think that would best work, or if we should break into groups.
That's fine, Maureen. We can share it as a handout.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. The case study here was about COVID-19 and the emerging harmful, sorry, actually not emerging, and its contribution to increase in harmful practices such as FGM and child marriage. And then, of course, we give the example that your parliament is taking lead in the 16 Days of Activism campaign alongside other key partners that work in SRHR. And the task will be to develop a social media plan using this template. The template here is the same as the one I shared on the chat, but you'll also be able to easily click on the link. It's an active link once the presentations are shared. Yeah, and you can use the previous social media plan and the planning template to help you develop some of responses to some of these questions, like developing key social media messages, a hashtag for the campaign, relevant partners, and other media products that you use to amplify your message. I would also be happy to go deeper into this for anyone who might have the need to. I'm always accessible. If you reach out to Grace or Maggie, we can always schedule a more detailed discussion on this. All right, thank you. Magwagwa says, how important is it for institutions to have a social media policy, and what are the key elements that go into the policy in relations to parliaments? Thank you for your question, Magwagwa. So a social media policy is actually very important. You can actually even call it a guidance note in this case. So in this case, your different PR units in the different parliaments can develop a guidance note on outlining some of these things. But then again, this is an element that can actually feed into what we spoke about earlier, your social media strategy. A social media policy will help you safeguard, will help guide incoming, say, new staff who who definitely have no idea on your chosen way of doing things. So it's it's very important. It's a good safeguard. In there, you outline the do's, the don'ts, and the hows. Things like, what tone do we use with the public? What content is allowed, what content is not allowed, and what are the key elements. I'm sure I'm speaking to a few of those, but yeah, the main elements really is the guidance on your institution position on what can or cannot be done in this context. For parliaments, I also feel like, just like any other institution that needs to mitigate a potential crisis, like Siki spoke about earlier, this would be a worthy investment. And I mean, if you, for instance, in the case of social media, if you have a social media policy in place, safeguarding you against certain things or stipulating certain things, it also helps avert possible crisis situations. I hope I answered your question. All right. Thank you, Chris.
So any other questions? Okay, go on, Maureen.
Sorry, yes, please. I'm happy to take any question on chat or on camera. Please feel free to engage.
Thank you, Maureen. Any other questions for Maureen? I know several of you had mentioned that you'd really like to have a session on social media. So like Maureen has said, if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat, or you can send them to Maggie and myself. So at this point, if there are no other questions, thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Siki. Siki has had to leave because she had another meeting. And thank you, Florence, for those interesting sessions. Thank you, Amy, too. I don't know if Amy is still here. And thank you, Anthony. And then I'd also like to thank the interpreters, Moses, Sebastian, and Claudio. And thanks to all of you for staying during the session. And there's something that Geraldina said, that the sessions should continue next year. We'll do that. We'll discuss with Kurasha and with Paulina and Agnes and see what the schedules will look like for next year. And then there was a message that the SG put in the chat earlier that we should have a refresher to review the sessions we've had, to see what progress you've made, how you're using the knowledge we've shared, how you're using it in your daily work, if there are areas where you need support, and how we can come in and help you with that. So we'll also plan for that when we have the meeting with Kurasha, and see when we can have the session to review what we've learned so far and how we're using it. Then maybe I give this opportunity for anybody who'd like to make a comment or a suggestion. Just raise your hand, and then I'll see it, and then you can go. Anybody any question? Florence, I can see you've raised your hand. Please go. And anybody else, please raise your hand.
I just wanted to mention that when you to add in terms of developing content that's visually compelling, in terms of engaging the media, you can also look at the examples I've shared in the chat on 16 days of activism campaign, where we had the work. I've given 2 examples of work in her shoes campaign, one from Kenya and one from Uganda, where the Uganda police force then had people wearing women's shoes and working in their shoes to highlight the importance of
empathizing with people who women who suffer from domestic violence or SGBV. So in the context of the example like the one Kurasha had given about the rising cases of SGBV during the COVID-19 lockdowns, or even the example that Siki had given, that might be something that you might want, you could do something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. And that's the link you shared there, right? On the chat. Yes. Okay. So everybody can have a look at it. Florence has shared that link in the chat. You can have a look at it. Then the other thing we'll do is we'll put together all the presentations from the first session that we had up to this one, and then we'll share them with you, and we'll include the tools that we mentioned, the one on stakeholder mapping, the one Maureen has shared on how to plan a social media campaign. And then there's also another one that Collins had shared in another session. So we'll put all that together and we'll share it with you. Then the other thing we'll do is we have the list of your names for those who've attended the sessions, and we're preparing e-certificates, if I can call them that, which we will also send to you. They will be signed by the SG and one of the directors at APHRC. So we'll also share those with you. So there'll be a certificate for each session because the sessions are different. Then any other comments, AOBs, suggestions? You're all very quiet. We don't even know if you're there. Are you there?
We are here.
Informa, yes, you're there. Razafina Rivo.
We are there. We are
nice to see you. Chuma, yes, you're there. Please put on your cameras. We need to know if you're there.
Right. Okay.
And we haven't just been speaking to our screens. Thank you, Tiana. Okay, now you have to help me pronounce your names. Tiana Rimanga, is that correct? Did I say it correctly? All right. Thank you. So at Sarah, Michaela, let's have more
Grace,
cameras on. Yes,
Grace,
Kurasha.
you know that you are not talking alone.
No, I don't know because I haven't seen people's faces. I have barely heard voices.
No, we are working from home. Are you sure you want to start seeing dogs and vegetables?
Yes, it's good to interact. You see, I'm seeing many faces. Maria.
The dogs will start barking.
It's okay, Adrianina, Hipposhia, thank you. Modise, Harry, Mamela. Thank you. Thank you, Modise. Thank you, Harianian. Sorry, I can't pronounce that name, but thank you for putting on your camera. Lorenda. Lolizwe, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone so much for joining the session. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being with us. We really appreciate your time. And we're looking forward to more sessions next year, more interactive and exciting sessions. And then Kurasha, this is to you. We're really looking forward to the session where you will take us through how to work with parliamentarians. In fact, I think that's the one we should start with next year, because we also need to learn from you. We need to know how to work with policymakers, with parliamentarians, and I think that you all have a wealth of experience and knowledge which you can share with us and everyone else at APHRC. Is that fine, Kurasha?
It's fine, Grace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. Enjoy your afternoon, enjoy your lunch. We appreciate you joining the session. Have a good afternoon. I wish the person could share the joke. All right, thank you, everyone, and bye-bye.
Bye.